Hong Kong Baptist University International Symposium on Humanities, Societies, and Digital Futures. We are your hosts for this event. I'm Nicholas Ooi from Triangle at the Center for Innovative Service Learning at Hong Kong Baptist University. I'm also a Malaysian.
I'm Asta, a Year 4 student here at HKBU, majoring in BBA Entrepreneurship from India. We are thrilled to be your host for this transformative event where the confluence of technology and humanity takes center stage.
Well, yes, today and tomorrow we'll embark on a journey to the realms of ethics, societies, economic development, education, and the broader digital future, all through the lens of emerging AI and technologies.
Indeed, Nicholas, we will witness thought-provoking presentations and discussions and gain insights from pioneers who are shaping our digital tomorrow. But before we deep dive into this ocean of knowledge, let's kick off the symposium with the opening ceremony.
To commence this auspicious occasion, please join me in welcoming Dr. Clement Chan, GPS JP, Chairman of the Council and the Court of Hong Kong Baptist University, to deliver the welcoming address. Dr. Chan, please.
Is it on? I don't think so. Oh, it's on now. Professor Sandon, Professor James Tang, Alex, Michelle, Tim, and many honored guests, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you here to the Hong Kong Baptist University International Symposium on Humanities, Society, and Digital Future. Actually, the theme of our today's symposium encapsulates the essence of the challenges and opportunities that lies before us. AI actually has transformed the world in ways we never thought possible. Its impacts on humanity and society is profound, and we are only tapping into a small fraction of its potential. These raises intriguing question: should we embrace or be cautious of AI impact? Should we consider it a companion or a competitor that may take our place one day? These are some of the reasons why we are here today to discuss the critical role of humanities in guiding these technological transformation to ensure that their development are sustainable and ethical, and most important of all, to shape our future society for the better. I hope you will all agree with me that leveraging technology to improve the well-being of humanity should be our fundamental goal and mission. As a global university and one of the top institutions in Asia, Hong Kong BU sees itself as a pivotal force in preparing the next generation in the face of an ever-changing world. Our mission is to cultivate a vibrant ecosystem where faculty members and students from different disciplines converge to innovate and create impactful change. We have taken the initiative to transcend academic boundaries and initiate discussions on whether intellectual journeys encompassing areas such as education, ethics, and more. These underscores the university's commitment to advancing research excellence in few areas like creative media and practices, health and drug discovery, data analytics, and also artificial intelligence. In our ongoing evolution, we are charting a new strategic course focusing on humanities and cultures, aimed at unlocking possibilities aligned with Hong Kong's future direction and also role as an East Midwest cultural center. This symposium served as a vital platform for engaging with distinguished scholars, industrial leaders worldwide, offering profound insight into the integration of AI in different realms. As we discuss the impact of AI in the beautiful setting of Hong Kong Palace Museum here today, we are reminded of how creative spirit has reinvented itself over time. I trust you will find inspiration in the insightful discussion led by our esteemed scholars, thought leaders, and also industry experts. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for all of you for your unwavering support of this symposium. Welcome again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chen, for your inspiring words. Please be seated. Now, please put your hands together for Professor Alexander Ping Kong Wai, JP President and Vice Chancellor of Hong Kong Baptist University, and Professor Wai. Please come on stage to introduce our guest of honors and welcome our speakers. Professor Wai, please.
Professor Shen Dong, Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry. Mr. Yi Fei, from the Department of Education, Scientific and Technological Affairs of the China Liaison Office. Professor James Tang, Secretary General of the University Grants Council. Ms. Michelle Lee, Permanent Secretary of the Education Development Bureau. And the Dr. Clement Chen, Hong Kong Baptist University Council and Court Chairman. Honorable guests, keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you again for joining our intellectual symposium on humanities, societies, and digital futures today. This intellectual symposium is a two-way academic event organized by our university, the Hong Kong Baptist University, and sponsored by the Hong Hei Xiao Charity Foundation, which take place today and tomorrow here in Hong Kong Palace Museum, and also online via various live streaming platforms. Today, we have the honor of Secretary of Innovation, Technology and Industry, Professor Shen Dong, Secretary General, University Grants Committee, Professor James Tang, and our chair, Dr. Clement Chen, and some other distinguished guests joining the opening ceremony and subsequent symposium sessions. Moments ago, Dr. Clement Chen delivered a welcome address which introduced to you the background of the organization of this symposium. He and the Council have always been supportive of the endeavors initiated by the university. Our honorable guest, Professor Shen Dong, will grace the symposium with an opening address in a minute. Professor Shen has been committed to promote higher education and frontline scientific research in Hong Kong for more than 20 years. He has nurtured many talents in the field of innovation technology for Hong Kong, and he's also a visionary leader in promoting Hong Kong as an intellectual innovation and technology hub. Another guest of honor who will offer an opening address is Professor James Tang. Professor Tang has served in senior academic and management positions in local and overseas universities and possesses rich management experience in higher education institutions. We are especially grateful for his support to the academic research community. We are thankful that many esteemed guests and respected speakers from different parts of the world and disciplines have come together in this symposium to delve into the implication of AI on different aspects of our lives. These speakers include academic heavyweights from prestigious universities in the world, Nobel laureate, policy advisor, senior management from the public and non-profit organizations, as well as business leaders. As authority in their own respective field, they will enlighten us on how humanities could guide the development of artificial intelligence. We have 4 sessions in this 2-day symposium. This morning's session, named Digital Futures, AI and Ethics. We have Dr. Wei Holmes from University College of London, Ms. Kay Butterfield, former head of AI at the World Economic Forum, and Mr. Tan Fong, Dean of SenseTime Intelligent Industry Research Institute, to share with us on topics related to the theme, Digital Futures, AI and Ethics. In today's afternoon sessions on Digital Futures, AI and Societies, we will have Professor Dagmar Shaver, Executive Director of Max Planck Institute for the History of Science. Mr. Joseph Liu Ai, Senior Partner and Chairman, Greater China from McKinsey & Company, Hong Kong. Professor Luciano Floridi, Founding Director of Digital Ethics Center from Yale University. And the fourth speaker is Mr. Patrick Yang, CEO of the Hong Kong General Chamber of Commerce, to offer their views on the theme, Digital Futures and AI and Societies. For tomorrow, we also have two sessions. The morning sessions on Digital Futures, AI and Economic Development, we will have Professor Daniel Xiu, Senior Vice President and Chief Research and Innovation Officer from Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University. Then Dr. Dorenda Du, President of Quantum Artificial Intelligence Industry Association, and Mr. Lawrence Lee Lu Chen, Chairman of Financial Services Development Councils, to enlighten us with the insight into AI and economic development. And the last session, tomorrow afternoon, is on something that carry deep to our heart, is on AI and education. We have Professor Caroline Bassett, Professor of Digital Humanities and Director of Cambridge Digital Humanities, University of Cambridge. Mr. Yao Tenghua Edward, Chairperson of Hong Chi Association, and he's also former Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development from the Hong Kong SAR government. Then we have Professor Carl Wyman from Stanford University. He's a 2020 Yi-Dan Prize awardee and also a 2001 Nobel Prize in Physics awardee. And finally, we have Dr. Albert Zhao, our Vice President of the Hong Kong Baptist University. He is in charge of teaching and learning, and also Acting Dean of the Faculty of Arts, to shed light on AI and education. We are delighted to have Mr. Edward Ma, Secretary General of the Yi-Dan Prize Foundation, to speak at the closing ceremony tomorrow afternoon. I believe this symposium will be inspiring and informative. I hope you enjoy this invaluable opportunity to learn from the wealth of experience, expertise, and insights from the keynote speakers. Once again, welcome you all to this symposium. I look forward to the stimulating dialogues and innovative ideas that will emerge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Wai. Please be seated. Now we are privileged to have with us Professor San Dong, JP, Secretary for Innovation, Technology, and Industry, for the opening address. Professor San, please.
Dr. Chen, Professor Wei, Professor James Tong, Professor Tong, Mr. Yi, Michelle, distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very delighted to be here at the Hong Kong BU International Symposium on Humanities, Societies, and Digital Futures. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Chen and Professor Wai for inviting me to this momentous event to share with you my thoughts on the profound impact of artificial intelligence on our society. Hong Kong is famous for its use of West and modern values. While we are here at the auditorium of Hong Kong Palace Museum to explore the boundless opportunities brought by AI, there's actually a special exhibition at Gallery 8, showcasing a collection of spectacular paintings, calligraphy, and artifacts associated with the magnificent Qing Dynasty Imperial Garden Palace named Yuanmingyuan. These artifacts represent the past, but the technology represents the future. They are all part of human civilizations enriching our material and spiritual life. The wave of technology is sweeping the world. The trend of AI technology, including generative AI, has emerged as a game changer across various sectors. The rise of AI has brought enormous opportunities worldwide and revolutionized our daily life. However, it has also sparked concerns and ignited debates in both academia and society over privacy protection, ethics, and intellectual property rights, amongst others. These impacts of AI are alarming, and if not adequately addressed, their impact on humanity could be profound. Indeed, governments around the globe are facing the same questions on how to mitigate the challenges brought by the irresponsible use of AI. I think that our Premier Li Qiang has provided a very good answer at the World Economic Forum in Davos 2 months ago. He said, and I quote, "AI is a double-edged sword, must be guided in a direction that is conducive to the progress of humanity. We should work for good AI," means 善治, 智慧的智, with good governance, also 善治, 治理的治. The government and the Office of the Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data have formulated the ethical AI framework and the guidance on the ethical development and use of artificial intelligence. These resources offer clear guidelines and assistance to public and private organizations in Hong Kong regarding the development of AI applications and formulation of AI strategy and management models so as to promote the development and the use of AI systems while prioritizing privacy protection and upholding internationally recognized values and principles. We will also timely review and explore further enhancement to the existing laws and regulations on copyright, disinformation, and personal data protection, to name just a few, taking into account the relevant policies and solutions formulated by other economies. Ladies and gentlemen, the development of AI is unstoppable. It is permeating every sector and reshaping our life at an unprecedented pace. The task at hand, therefore, is for all of us to embrace the challenges and multitude opportunities that lie ahead. For this reason, I hope all of us will keep a positive and open mind in exploring and formulating the right response to promote safe and responsible development of AI, so as to harness the benefits of AI for a better future of humanity. Once again, I would like to thank Dr. Chen, Professor Wei, and everyone at BUHK for their contributions in organizing this international symposium. I'm sure the intensive two-day symposium will present an interesting melange of ideas as renowned experts, scholars, and industry leaders from various fields discuss the integration and impact of AI. May I wish every one of you insightful and fascinating learnings from the symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sun, for the opening remark. Please be seated. Up next, it is also our honor to invite Professor James Tang Tuk Hong, Secretary General of the University Grants Committee, to share his opening address. Professor Tang, please.
Please.
Dr. Clement Chan, Chairman of the Council and the Court, HKBU, Professor Alex Wei, President and Vice Chancellor, HKBU, Professor Sun Dong, Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry, Ms. Michelle Lee, Permanent Secretary for Education, Professor Timothy Tong, Chairman of the Research Grant Council, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the Hong Kong Baptist University for inviting me to speak at this important international symposium on the crucial role of the humanities in guiding the development of technological advancement for our future. What a gathering of eminent experts and other distinguished guests. And at this beautiful venue at the Hong Kong Palace Museum, it is indeed an honor for me to have this opportunity to address this distinguished audience and share some of the work we do at the University Grant Committee, the UGC. The late physicist Stephen Hawking, whom I admired very much and had the opportunity to encounter before he completely lost his speech ability, famously remarked that the development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race. Hawking believed that AI would take off on its own and redesign itself at an ever-increasingly rate, and humans couldn't compete and would be superseded. Yet, without the assistance of a communication system based on a more primitive form of AI, Hawking might not have been able to communicate effectively with the outside world and produce his bestseller, A Brief History of Time. In many ways, the theme of this symposium, Humanities, Societies, and Digital Futures, addresses a most profound question that we face as human society, and perhaps at the core of Hawking's concern, our own future as human beings in the face of rapid technological advancements. I think a theme that Dr. Chan also articulated in his welcoming remarks. While the insights of science and engineering are obviously crucial in technological breakthroughs that help the advancement of human beings, the perspective of humanity and society on the implications of technology is equally, if not more important. I must say that I'm not qualified to provide an answer to the profound challenge that we face with the AI revolution. And I must confess that I was tempted to ask ChatGPT to write my speech. But it might be more useful for me to share how the UGC has been working with our 8 publicly funded universities in Hong Kong to address this challenge using my own words. First of all, the UGC recognizes early on that in the era of digital transformation, it is crucial for us to balance between embracing technological innovations and appreciating the wider social and ethical impacts that are brought by the development of generative AI. The UGC therefore believes that it is important to equip our students not only with the necessary skills and knowledge to master the latest technological advancement, but also to inculcate them with the values to navigate the digital landscape responsibly and ethically in order to ensuring that technological advancements serve the betterment of society as a whole. Recognizing the crucial role of education in preparing our students for the digital future, the UGC is committed to supporting our universities in addressing such challenges. Last year, the UGC established the Fund for Innovative Technology in Education, FITE, providing funding support of 100 million to universities on 4 key themes. First, driving transformation in pedagogies, curriculum, assessment, and student development. Second, advancing digital competence for all. Third, promoting technological social responsibilities and academic integrity. And fourth, fostering academic industry collaboration for authentic learning experience. The FITE allocation also includes a 20 million portion specifically for what we call inter-institutional collaborative activities. We want our universities to work together to address this common challenge. We are glad to see that our 8 universities have responded enthusiastically to the scheme with close to 100 initiatives. In adopting and managing the challenges of the adaptation of such new technologies to higher education, our universities are also keenly aware of the wider social implications. One notable example, I'm happy to say, is the flagship project of HKBU, the HKB Universe, which creates an immersive learning experience that fosters digital proficiency and skills for students to thrive in the digital era. I would say that project is an excellent initiative that bridges the gap between academia, industry, and the wider society. When I read the details of the project, I can see how the project could provide students with the opportunity to gain practical experience and also develop a much better understanding of the impact of technology on society. Now, I would say that the FITE is only a very small part of our journey together as we confront the complex challenges of the 21st century, from climate change to public health crisis and social inequality. It has become increasingly clear that no single discipline possesses all the answers. For us to come up with innovative solutions to these pressing issues of our time, we need collective efforts and insights from multiple and diverse perspectives, including the humanities and social sciences. The UGC is encouraged by the move towards greater interdisciplinarity approaches in our higher education system, notably of the approximately 30 new undergraduate programs introduced by our universities for the 2022 and 2025 triennial planning cycle. Over half are interdisciplinary in nature, ranging from digital humanities and art tech to biotech and health management. Again, I'm happy to say one notable example of such innovative initiatives is HKBU's pioneering arts, science, and technology personalized pathway program. You have done a great job. Moreover, professional schools within many of our universities are also joining hands with different disciplines to cultivate professionals who could move across established boundaries, including, for example, training lawyer scientists. So there are all sorts of interesting developments in the higher education sector in Hong Kong. The interesting, to me at least, the emergence of the term leisure among our young people, I think encapsulates not only the evolving mindset of our younger generation, but also the transformative evolution occurring within higher education as traditional boundaries and silos are gradually melting away within the crucible of knowledge. The rapid development of advanced technologies has provided us with interesting challenges and opportunities, but also propelled us into an uncharted era. The UGC will continue to support our universities in harnessing innovative and breakthrough technologies, as well as in nurturing a digitally competent and technologically responsible generation. As we commence our next planning cycle for university funding, I trust that Hong Kong's universities will deepen their efforts in addressing the broader concerns on the impact of transformative technology and promoting interdisciplinarity in nurturing our students to become resilient, adaptable and ethical leaders. The UGC will also play our part in working with our universities at this most exciting juncture for our education development, both in Hong Kong and globally. May I wish the symposium to be a rewarding and enjoyable experience for everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tang. Please remain on the stage, Professor Tang, and we'll have a group photo sessions. So may we invite Professor Tang come back on the stage, please, for the group photo sessions. And it's time for a photo opportunity to capture the memories of this gathering. And we will have Professor Sandong JP on the stage, and he'll be accompanied by Dr. Clement Chan and Professor Alexander Ping Kong Wai for this big group photo, please. All right, let's look at the camera.
1, 2.
Okay, a little bit on your right. Yeah, one step on the. No, okay, good. Okay, thank you.
Let's look at the camera and smile. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, Professor Sun and Professor Tang. Please be seated.
Professor San and Professor Tang, please be seated. Thank you so much. And we now have Dr. Chen and Professor Wai, please remain on the stage. Next, we would like to also invite the following VIPs who have taken their precious time to join us this morning. And they are Mr. Yi Fei, 中央人民政府居香港特别行政区联络办公室教育科技部一级纯事员，请上台。Professor Timothy Tong, Chairman of the Research Grant Council. Ms. Michelle Lee, Permanent Secretary for Education in the Education Bureau. Dr. Louis Ng Chi-Wah, Museum Director of Hong Kong Palace Museum. Professor 黄平教授，中国社会科学院台港澳研究中心主任，请上台，一起大合照，谢谢。All right, let's look at the camera in front. Yep. Follow to the instructions. Yep. Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Yi, Professor Tong, Ms. Lee, Dr. Ng, and Professor Huang. Please be seated. And we also invite Dr. Chen and Professor Wai, please remain on the stage. Yes.
Now we will have our third group photo. We would also like to call upon all speakers and moderators to join the guests on the stage.
Yep, now the third group photo, we would like to invite all our speakers and moderators to the stage for the photo. We'd like to also invite our provost, vice president, and the symposium lead organizers to join us on the stage for the third photo. And they are Dr. Holmes, yep, Ms. Butterfield, Mr. Tian, Professor Schaeffer, Professor Sui, Dr. Du, Professor Bassett, Professor Pietarinen, Professor Lee, and also Dr. Chen, and our provost and also vice presidents. Please join us on the stage.
Professor Martin Wong, Professor Liu Yiping, Ms. Christine Chow, Professor Terence Lau.
And our symposium lead organizers, Dr. Albert Chow, and Acting Deans of Arts, Professor Daniel Lai. Please join us on the stage. look at the camera and smile. Thank you so much to all our speakers, guests. Please kindly be seated. May we now invite everyone to be seated. Thank you. And for the final part is for us to have our group photo with all participants. You all just need to be comfortably sitting on your chairs and the photo will be taken on the stage. All right? So let's look at the camera and smile. 1, 2, 3. All right, one more. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. So with the opening ceremony concluded, it's time to look forward to the session ahead. We wish you a day filled with stimulating conversation and groundbreaking ideas. And let's give another round of applause to all our guests of honor for their support. Thank you so much. Ashta, have you been using artificial intelligence in your studies?
Yes, Nicholas. Sometimes in my assignment, it's assisted by AI.
Oh, even the script today, we kind of like use AI to do it, and then we kind of like use human, knowledge to script them together. So how about let's go to the next session?
Sure.
All right, let's invite our first session's moderator, Professor Arti-Veikko Peterinen from the Department of Religion and Philosophy to kick off the symposium. Professor Peterinen, please.
Good morning and welcome once again. You can call me Peter. It's my great pleasure to moderate this morning's symposium. We have 3 keynote speakers and a round table, and we will welcome questions from all of you. So you will shortly see a QR code which you can scan and send questions. We will deal with them very efficiently during the round table. So right now, we will discuss this digital futures, and the topic specifically for this morning is AI ethics and education. So we will look forward to our distinguished speakers and their sharing their thoughts on this particularly interesting, important contemporary topic. And I will simply move on to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Wayne Holmes, Associate Professor from University College London. And he will share with us his presentation on the global trends in using AI to make education more equitable and accessible. Please welcome Dr. Holmes.
Well, thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here. And I think it's fantastic that Hong Kong Baptist University and the faculties of arts and social sciences and the Institute of Creativity have come together to think about these really important topics. I think that's really, it's brilliant. And I'm really, really pleased to be here. So thank you so much. So I'm going to be thinking about AI in education in particular and thinking about the global trends. And my role is to take a critical studies perspective. So I guess you're all familiar with who these characters are meant to represent. And sometimes you might think, that I'm being a little bit negative, but I think I'm bringing a critical but constructive approach. And the reality is that that's me and that's everyone else. So I try hard to put my position as clearly as I can. So what I want to do is start with is bursting a little bit of the bubble. So I'm sorry if this is a bit negative, but that's how it is. So I want to think about the limits of artificial intelligence first of all. So if you see this picture, what do you see? Thank you. Now, if we take that, the panda has been understood by the computers, by the AI, and look, it's pretty confident that it knew it was a panda. But what happens if we mix that picture of the panda with this visual noise? Well, we get this. What do you see? A panda, right? And now the AI is even more confident that this is a picture of a gibbon. So the point is that AI can be incredibly brittle. It doesn't always work. It looks impressive, but it's not necessarily impressive. Who's this? Oh, come on. The AI says this is who it is. And who's this? You don't know this person, but this is a young woman who decided she wanted to improve her photograph so that she could get better jobs. And this is what the AI did. I think this is problematic. The other thing about AI is we often hear that it's independent of us humans, but it's not. A human sets the objectives. A human chooses and cleans the data that it uses. A human labels the data. This is a picture from Kenya. There's lots of institutions like this around the world where the job of this young woman and others is to label the pictures that the autonomous cars generate. Here's a person, here's a car, it's a person. Next frame, here's a car, here's a person, here's a car. Next frame, and then repeat this. These are known as the ghost workers of AI. We don't know they're doing this, but without them, AI does not work. A human also designs the network, a human trains the network, a human curates the outputs, and importantly, humans in big commercial organizations are in full control. Also, we were told that AI during the pandemic was going to do amazing things. It was the time when it was going to come together. But the reality is, look, of these 2,000 studies, not one was of potential clinical use. The other problem is, and a lot of people are not talking about this yet, but the AI is using an awful lot of power. Now, to generate something like ChatGPT's model, it takes about the same energy as a small country, such as Holland. That's a lot of energy. Microsoft, for their systems, they use something like 100 Olympic-sized swimming pools of water every month. And the idea of training these tools is roughly the equivalent amount of carbon monoxide that's produced as it would driving a car from the Earth to the moon and back. So these are huge impacts on our environment that people often don't talk about. The other problem is, and I've kind of mentioned this already, is that it means that we as humans, as Democrats, as people who live in society, we are losing control to a very small number of organizations, both in the US and in mainland China. You might have seen this guy, Geoffrey Hinton. He earned lots of money from working for Google for many years, but then he retired, and suddenly he becomes the biggest critic of AI. I think AI, is going to be more intelligent than us in the future. And so all of this, based on this, is this kind of idea that AI is going to take over the world and we have to run away, and it's all very frightening. Now, I'm not saying that AI doesn't have this kind of potential if we don't step up. But what I am saying is forgetting rather more apparently prosaic things that are happening now. So here's another person also left Google. Difference was she was fired from Google for questioning Google's ethics work. And she points out, along with many other researchers, that actually it's what AI is doing today that we really should be focusing upon. So this comes from a company called Compass in the US. And any ideas, why those people might be low risk and these people might be high risk? So many studies have demonstrated that this system is profoundly racist. and really ineffective. But nevertheless, it looks good because it generates numbers. Okay, so that's my whirlwind destruction of AI. What about AI in education? Well, AI in education is complicated. It's not just one set of things. And so for my head, I like to think about it in terms of two buckets. So the first bucket is teaching and learning with AI, and the second bucket, teaching and learning about AI. So I start with teaching and learning with AI, and this you can subdivide further into student-facing or student-focused AI ed, teacher-focused AI in education, or indeed institution-focused AI in education. Now, you might be may reasonably thought that actually this has only been going on since November 15 months ago, but it's not true. It's been going on for at least 45 years. And here's one set of possible types of AI that is institution-focused that's happening around the world in lots of different ways, such as admissions and school security, e-proctoring. If we look at student-focused AI, you see the list is much longer. And this is where the focus has been for at least, as I say, 45, nearly 50 years. And you'll note that in the middle of this, we have generative AI. Now, a lot of people seem to think that AI in education is equivalent to generative AI in education. But hopefully I'm demonstrating it's not. It's important, I'm not disputing that, but it's only one of a much broader set of work. So here's one example. This has been around for a long time, the so-called, well, people call them intelligent tutoring systems, but they're not intelligent, right? We'll come back to that. So adaptive tutoring system is more reasonable. On the right there is a list of multi-million-dollar funded corporations around the world who have developed these tools that are being taken up by policymakers in countries around the world, schools, education systems, and yet, I'll come back to the and yet later. Here's another one. This one actually I came across in Beijing just 3 or 4 years ago, and it's my favorite still, because what this is it's a very simple use of AI that's designed to connect human students with human tutors. So the AI is just the connection in the middle. And I think that's really cool because unlike the first one where the system tells the student, this is what you now learn, this is now what you do, the system is in control. With this is facilitating the student. So the student can say, I want to learn about this, and they can use the app to connect them with a human tutor who will help them do that. So it isn't necessarily all about AI taking control. It doesn't have to be that way. Here's some teacher-focused. Now, you know, I don't have a list on the right of lots of examples of this because most of this is speculation. There's very little here that's actually happening. But, you know, lots of possibilities. Here's one example, automatic writing evaluation. The problem is that automatic writing evaluation really doesn't work. It's nowhere near as effective as a human teacher doing evaluation. It just takes some very superficial things, but it's used a lot. It's particularly used in the US. Here's one that's a bit more interesting, I think. I've never used it, but I think it's kind of interesting. The idea, you know, those of you who do teach, you know that when you do your assessment, you often repeat the same phrase when you mark 30, 40 essays. So this helps you with that process. So it just says, well, you said this before, you want to say it again. But the teacher, again, is in control. So maybe this is more effective. Okay, so that's some of what it is, how it works. And so now I'm going to look at some of the issues that I think follow this work. Firstly, as I mentioned earlier, the notion of intelligence, okay? The only reason we think AI can be intelligent is because they've called it artificial intelligence. And the only reason they called it that was because they wanted to distinguish it from cybernetics some 60 years ago. So there's nothing intelligent here. It was an aspiration. We want to work towards intelligence. The problem is that along that journey, people now think it is intelligent. Well, you know, it is not intelligent. Artificial intelligence is not intelligent in any way. It is true that sometimes it looks intelligent. A bit like this. This is the original mechanical Turk, a term now used by Amazon for one of their services. And this was a machine. That's a machine, not a person. And it toured the courts of Europe in the 18th century. And it was playing chess. So famous people come up and play chess against this machine. It looked incredibly intelligent, right? It's a machine playing chess. How can you be more intelligent than that? Here's the reality. Inside, there was a human, a small human, but a human who was much more capable of playing chess. And that's how it worked. So it's that disconnect between the appearance of reality, appearance of accuracy and intelligence, and the reality is really, really important. Now, one of the other things that we hear all the time in education is that AI is going to save teacher time. The reality is this has been talked about since the 1930s and 40s with B.F. Skinner and people even before that, developing machines that would save teacher time. Well, it didn't happen then. It's not happened since. And it won't happen with AI, in my opinion. What it does is it shifts what you do from one thing to another, but it does not save you time. It's a myth. And if it did save you time, well, doesn't it mean that actually, you know, policymakers might want to get fewer teachers? We won't need so many teachers. That's a myth, right? We won't use teachers. No, this is November of last year. So there's a school where they have no teachers. Now, I know it's only one, but this is the chink that's starting to grow. So I think, personally, this is hugely worrying. We've also heard already today about the concept of personalization, and it's another one that I really worry about. I don't think that personalization is straightforward. I don't think it's necessarily a good thing. Firstly, it undermines what teachers do. Teachers personalize on a daily basis anyway. When they look at a new student, they personalize to that student. And the notion that an AI system can personalize, you know, it comes out of Netflix and Amazon personalizing purchases and watching videos. What's that all about? But the reality is that all of the so-called personalized tools, what they do is they don't actually personalize the learning. They merely personalize the journey through the learning. The outputs are the same. So it's all about putting people in the same box, but perhaps more efficiently, a word that I really don't like. And in any case, who says that personalization is such a good thing? In education, in learning, we know over many, many years of research that collaboration, working together, is far more powerful way of learning. So even if it did work, which it doesn't, why are we aiming for it? It also, by definition, if the system is making the judgments about what the student should be doing now, it's disempowering teachers. It's taking teachers out of the loop. And it's also the commercialization of education by stealth, with these big corporations, including Pearson Education at one end, but also Google, Facebook at the other end, doing massive things in the education space and taking control of what we all know to be, importantly, a social good. One of the areas that really came to the fore during the pandemic was e-proctoring, and the idea that we must maintain examinations, and the way we do this is by students having to use systems that check that they're not cheating. Well, the problem with this is, one, the systems don't work. If you spend 10 minutes on the internet, you will find a way to get around these systems, right? And all it actually does is it discriminates against people who are not able to use them very easily. So those with less access to equipment, those whose flesh tones are darker than mine, and those with disabilities. It discriminates against those people. So it's not necessarily a good thing at all. And one of the problems is that when we think about this, we don't actually think about human rights. We don't actually think about child rights. We don't think about these things, the child's right to dignity, to autonomy, to be heard, to not suffer discrimination, to prison. All of these things get forgotten along the way. And the point about the bottom one, to be protected from economic exploitation, this one gets forgotten. Remember that long list of 30 multi-million-dollar funded companies? Well, what do? They extract data from the classrooms, and they use that data to develop their business models. What's that if it's not economic exploitation of young people? This isn't being talked about sufficiently. Okay, so you've heard me moan a great deal about all these different things, to be a little bit skeptical. And you might think, Wayne, you're making this all up. It doesn't really matter. But this one you cannot deny. Today, there is no independent evidence at scale for the efficacy or the safety or the positive impact of these tools in classrooms. It's all pure speculation and hope. I think that's a problem. Why are we experimenting on children with this technology? So this is a report that I put together recently for teachers' trade unions in Europe. And we identified these three areas: potential benefits, evidence benefits, and risks and challenges. And this was the evidence benefits that we said all the time. There is very limited evidence for any of the benefits just listed, any of the claim benefits, or for improvements in student learning. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't be doing the research, but we shouldn't be researching on children through commercial products and making this, this claim that we're supporting student learning. Okay, back to my two buckets. That was teaching learning with AI, and now look at teaching learning about AI. And I think that that's something that we should be doing a great deal more of. And that's why I think it's so good that these faculties here have come together for this event. So there are the two dimensions, the human dimension and the technological dimension. So the way that AI literacy can work, this is my metaphor. When we want to learn how to use a car, we have to know how the car works. In a sense, we have to put gas in it. We have to know what that big wheel does and what the pedals do. We have to have some kind of idea about how the engine works, possibly, what it means, and what it does to actually make the car move forward. And I think most people would agree that we need to have some understanding of the safety of using a car. Now, let's put that back into education. So just like we need to know the gas, etc., we need to know about AI, the fact how much it is around us, how you walk down the street, you're being captured with cameras, and that's all using AI in the background. So all of our young people need to know this stuff. So do our teachers, and so does everybody more generally. So this, I think, is a role of what we should be doing in education. Okay, what about the engine? Well, there are some who argue that all of us need to have some understanding of how AI works. And I think there's some truth in that. I think it's quite interesting. And I think, there's some ways in which very young students can also be introduced to this stuff. But, the levels, it depends, right? If you want to be an AI engineer, you need to do a lot more. But to give everybody some kind of understanding so we know how something like ChatGPT is actually doing what it does, I think would really help. But we also need to understand the safety, the human impact, what it means to be ethical when we're talking about AI. And that kind of space is still not happening. And most of the courses, you go online, you can find loads and loads of courses that's suggesting it will make you AI literate. And what typically they do is 90% of the course is on the technology, on my first two areas. And they say, we're going to do the ethics, which is the human impact, but actually the human impact is much more than ethics. In any case, when they say we're going to do the ethics, they can say we're going to do the bias. And that's how they equate what ethics means, just bias. It's far more complex than that. So my argument is that what we should be doing is we should be talking about the technical dimension and the human dimension, but we should interweave those into any particular course. So if we're going to talk about facial recognition, how to do it, then we also need to think about what is the impact of facial recognition on people, on humans, on how we work. Okay, so, one of the reasons we're talking about AI today is because of generative AI, because of ChatGPT, which has already been mentioned today. And it's amazing to me, I've been involved in researching AI in education for 10 years, and suddenly we have hundreds of experts who I'd never heard of before appearing. And I feel like I'm kind of surfing a wave of generative AI, and if I'm not careful, I'm going to fall into the water and drown. But we keep going because there's a lot that needs to be said. So firstly, you've all seen this, you've all played with this, but there's many, many others. And this slide I actually built maybe 6 months ago. I could cover this slide with logos from different organizations now who are offering either products that are competing with ChatGPT or built on top of ChatGPT, and so on. I like showing this image because, this was one of the first famous images to be entirely generated by AI. No, it wasn't. The person who produced this image, they spent weeks upon weeks upon weeks refining and refining and refining their prompt before they ended up with this. And I'm sorry if this is a bit rude, but for me, this looks like a typical adolescent boy's nighttime excitement, let's put it that way. Very sad. But here's another example. This is far more recent. AI is really sophisticated. It really understands, doesn't it, what we're talking about. Draw me a kitchen with absolutely no polar bear in it. It's been pretty successful there, hasn't it? This you might have seen. This is video from Sora by OpenAI. And it's amazing, right? There are no cameras involved in this. No cameras. This has just all been generated from a prompt. I think it's astonishing, right? It's really amazing. Look at the cat. How many legs? 1, 2. Oh, there's another one. Okay, did you see the extra leg? That's because it doesn't understand what it's doing. It has not got a clue what it's doing. Gemini was another one from, this one's from Google. And it was asked to generate some images about German soldiers during World War II. And this is what it did. Now, they've been criticized for being racist, and so they've swung the opposite direction, and now they're generating this. There weren't many Black, African, American, German Nazis. It's just crazy. But of course, it's very sophisticated. It's intelligent, right? And if you go online, you will find many, many, many websites that tell you all the wonderful ways in which you can use generative AI to support teaching and learning. My real worry is they really don't understand either how generative AI works or its possible implications. So here's one. We can use generative AI to search and understand documents. Fabulous. Just when generative AI with ChatGPT was launched, I had the task of doing some summaries of some transcripts. I thought I'll use ChatGPT. And I put it in and I was bowled over by the summaries that it did of these transcripts. What I didn't realize was I accidentally put one in twice, and the two outputs were completely different. So which was right? We need to think about these things. Literature review, same kind of problem here. Do we really want to shift it? And I'd love, I hate marking. To have an AI do my marking would be great, but there is nothing out there that can do this. For me, this is the reality. That when we think about ChatGPT, we think it looks human-like, its outputs. But it isn't. We think it looks accurate, but it isn't. We think it looks definitive, but it isn't. It looks intelligent, but really it isn't. And it looks like it understands, but it really doesn't. And this is hugely problematic, that disconnect between the appearance and the reality. This is supposed to represent the complexity of the real world, the world that we live in. And when you get something like ChatGPT and the others to generate something, this is what they do. They turn it into this kind of a color, right? And they average it all out and come up with this. This is the output. And the reality is that what it's doing is it's representing again and again and again the standardized opinions. And so marginalized voices and innovative voices are going to become more marginalized and smaller over time if we're not careful. So, in conclusion then, the reality is that our AI engineering colleagues have done some amazing things, and those working in education, they've done some amazing things. It's like they've climbed this mountain. But in so doing, they have changed things in such an extent that they've undermined human rights in classrooms. They've disempowered teachers. They've undermined agency. And this is not being recognized. And more importantly, they probably missed the huge possibilities that are out there, the ways in which AI could potentially be used to support the way that we wish to work, the way that we wish to live as humans in society together, being supportive and collaborative. So that's it for me. Thank you so much for listening. I wish the rest of the conference really well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Holmes, for this very important reminder how important it is to keep human in the equation, understanding the unique nature of the human agency, mind, consciousness, creativity, all of that. Very good to start with. So it's my pleasure then to move on to the second speaker keynote today, Ms. Kay Worth-Butterfield. She's the CEO of Good Tech Advisory, and she will talk about the potential limitations of AI dealing with ethical risks in business and non-profits. Welcome.
Hello, and thank you very much to Wayne, who it's a joy to go after, because just imagine that I say and repeat everything he just said. Fortunately, I do have some other things to talk about, but many of them do repeat some of the things that Wayne's just said, but actually not just in relation to education, but in relation to our whole society. So, we're talking about AI, and I thought maybe we should start with a definition of what we're talking about. And this is the OECD and also the EU AI Act. For those of you who don't know, the EU AI Act just passed. So we're talking about a system that is machine-based, that for explicit and implicit objective infers from the input it receives, that's data, how to generate outputs, that's the thing that you get, the answer you get, such as predictions, content, recommendation, or decisions that can influence both the physical or the virtual environment. So I wanted to start by talking about the silos, how easy it is for those of us who think about the impact on society to talk in ways that the scientists who create AI don't understand. We do a lot of talking across one another rather than talking to one another. And one of the things when I was thinking about whether to come to this conference that I wanted to really congratulate you about is really thinking about that, having the right conversations, because the time is now. I can't say this enough, because if we don't make the decisions that we need to make for our society in 2050 today, then we will wake up in 2050 and think, maybe this isn't the world that we wanted to live in with AI. So to all the policymakers, all the people who are creating AI, it is imperative, and that's why this conference is so important, that we have these conversations now. Because if you think about it, one of the things that AI is not doing, but we had hoped that we would do as a civilized world, is bringing us together. Instead, we have regulations around AI in different countries that is pulling us apart. We have national security interests in different countries that's pulling us apart. And we have data in different places so that some data, as Wayne just said, is preferred to other data. Wayne also mentioned original thought. I, like him, am very worried that what we are doing is we're giving over the thought process to generative AI. We are told that generative AI will bring students, people, up to the middle. But what about taking us beyond the median? That's so important, and humans need to make that process. We don't want to all be average. We want all to be above average. My daughter's a pilot, and so hence my flying the plane analogy. But if you think about it, AI is largely based, especially amongst the tech billionaires, on what they read when they were young in sci-fi. So I want you to think about sci-fi. I want you to think about Star Trek and Star Wars. And I hope that there's nobody who's listening to me who hasn't seen one or the other. So, in Star Trek, they have clearly made the decision, and Star Wars, the humans are still going to fly the plane, and the AI is going to augment them. And truly, that's the conversation we need to be having today. So let me talk about the way that generative AI is actually pulling us apart rather than bringing us together. And that's about the data. So, one of the things that it's looked at are novels, poetry, those things that are filled with the human angst. And I know the people who have been training these large language models, and they've spent a lot of time trying to make them polite. Is it any wonder that they were not fit for purpose when first created, if you think about the data that they have looked at? Novels, poetry, other things. Other things like the preponderance of data that comes from white men sitting in the global north. Or, if you're in mainland China, Chinese men sitting in China. And why is that important? Well, that's important because, for example, if you're thinking about healthcare, and let's take heart attacks. The preponderance of data about heart attacks comes from white men over 55 who live in America. That's not very helpful if you're thinking about women who are having heart attacks, or people based in different places in the world having heart attacks. It's also not very useful to thinking about how we want our society to look. Because if our society is propelled forward on the back of data that comes from one particular sector, then we won't ever have the society that we hope for. Because we won't be using the thoughts of women or persons of color. We'll just be using that data generated from men. And in this, I'm not being sexist. It's just that men have had the pen for generations, and the rest of us haven't. So, I then want to come to cannibalism, because data is the engine or the oil or the air or whatever you want to call it of AI. By next year, generative AI, on its current trajectory, will be creating more data every 15 minutes than we humans have created thus far. I'd like us to think about that, because the solution to the data problem is not, oh, girls, let's all go out and write a lot so that we can get into the large language models. Because actually, the large language models will create already and will create data when they answer your questions. So maybe we should all be very careful thinking about what questions we ask. And what we know, and I'll come to later, is that some of that data is just plain wrong. It's very good at lying to us. We call it hallucinations, but you know, if a human was doing it, we'd just say it was lying to us. So that data is going to go back into the lake from which it comes, and from which it will draw the next answer. And then, of course, we have copyright issues. You may have noticed that Condé Nast last week said that they hadn't made their target for last year. Where you are having computers, generative AI organizations using data that is copyrighted without paying for the copyright, you are going to see more and more of that happening. So what you're going to do is you're going to shrink part of the world whilst you grow big tech. That in itself is a problem, because we need as much different thought out there as we can. So I wanted to give you a short history of AI, but I think that Wayne's already done that. So I'm actually just going to skip to its threat to democracy in 2024. Misinformation is something that I could talk about all day, so I won't have time. But over half the world by GDP will vote in elections this year. None of us, wherever we live in the world, have enough legislation in place to track and to stop misinformation. So the impact on democracies around the world is potentially huge, and something that as humanities scholars we should be worried about. And I also just wanted to put the note. When we talk about AI, we're already seeing it in robots. And so robotic nannies, just to pick up what Wayne said earlier, you know, are we going to let robotic nannies look after our children, teaching them because they are AI enabled? Are we going to continue to beta test on our kids, on our most vulnerable populations? Where's their data going? When we give them a smart toy, which is the current version of robotics and AI in childcare, we give them a smart toy, it says it'll educate them. Doesn't tell us what on the box, but we're told that as good parents, we should be doing this because our children will get a benefit. We don't know where that data goes. And we don't know the impact on our children when that toy dies. We don't know the impact on our children when they go to school and suddenly have to be playing with children that make them cry, human children that make them cry, as opposed to their nice AI-enabled toy that was always just pleasant to them. And lots of those AI toys come with facial recognition in. So, to repeat what Wayne said, let's not keep thinking that AI is the solution, giving it to vulnerable people without testing first. Because AI is unlike any other technologies that we have. I had breast cancer in summer. I'm all right now, so we needn't worry about that. I was perfectly happy for my mammogram to be read by AI. But there are actually 30% false negatives on mammograms. So I also wanted my radiologist to double check. I then had my oncologist say to me a week ago, oh, wouldn't it be wonderful? We could have an AI and that could explain your journey with cancer to you. And I said, couldn't we just have an AI that helps you take notes and you, my human oncologist, could explain my journey with cancer to me? There's a movement out there that, you know, it's going to be better with AI, but actually in many cases, that human-to-human interaction is so important, and we lose it to our detriment of our humanity, in my view. So AI makes decisions. And one of the things that we found in the United States, where I live and work, is that doctors in the ER have been asking ChatGPT to check their diagnosis. In my view, that's a very dangerous use of ChatGPT. And to take Wayne's point again, it's because people don't understand what they're playing with. And so we actually do need to educate everybody a little bit about AI itself and how it comes to those decisions, but also about the societal impacts. So what's the fuss about generative AI? I actually believe, again, that Wayne did that. But I do think the rates of fabrication in things like ChatGPT and the problems that Wayne showed you in Sora are problems that we sort of say, oh, they exist, but we don't focus on. And we don't focus on the fact that actually they need mending before we rely upon these machines. I appreciate that I'm in Hong Kong, but I thought it might be interesting to show you what people think in America about AI. And I know tomorrow someone's going to talk to you about American workers or about the future of work with AI. 2 out of 5 American workers are worried about losing their jobs. And what we're actually seeing is that people are already moving from jobs that they think are at risk to jobs that they think are not at risk. That's an economic problem, because when someone moves from one job and one company, that company loses money because they lose the institutional knowledge that that worker has, and they have to take about 6 months to retrain someone. And this is the Edelman Trust Barometer. 32,000 people from all around the world were surveyed for this. And Julian Westcott is my new hero for saying what he says here. Those who prioritize responsible AI, who transparently partner with communities and governments, and who put control back into the hands of the users, will not only lead the industry, but we'll rebuild the bridge of trust that technology has somewhere along the way lost. So you've been talking, there's been on this stage, a lot of people have talked about the ethics of AI. I'm actually talking about responsible AI. And I'm talking about responsible AI, also called trustworthy AI, because there are problems with thinking about ethics and AI. Because when I was the world's first chief AI ethics officer in 2014, people started saying to me, well, whose ethics are you doing? You know, which set of ethics are you using when you are creating an ethics advisory board? And it seemed to me that we were correct to move away from that word ethics, actually to the words responsible or trustworthy. Because the world actually agrees on a number of things about responsibility: bias, fairness, security, reliability and robustness, privacy, explainability and transparency, human agency, humans in the loop, accountability, and lawfulness. And you might say, well, how do you know that, Kay? Well, I know it because we took 192 sets of principles that have been developed by countries and governments and non-profit organizations around the world, and we looked at them. And we found that everybody, wherever they are in the world, we might not be able to agree on how to solve these, but we agree on what we're trying to solve for. And I just want to mention Earth Species. So Earth Species Project, I'm on the board of this small nonprofit. And what we do is we use AI to see if we can find out what whales say to one another. Now, when we started this, we thought this will be wonderful because if we can give whales a voice at the table in conservation, then maybe the way that we think about conservation and climate change in our environment will be changed. And so we started for the very best reasons. But one of the problems that we have now is if we can tell whales how to dive or how to come to us, then how are we going to stop people using that in the tourist trade, for example? So do we open source that information and share it with the world, or do we keep it closed? It's a great vignette into the real problems that we're all having. We start trying to do AI for good, and then we come up with something that's problematic. So I think that again, Wayne's covered some of these things for me, but I'm really interested in the potential disappearance of films, the reuse of people's images, as we've seen in some of the some films recently, where we've had the young Harrison Ford or the young Carrie Fisher. And do we lose anything by having AI create our films? You saw Sora, and I agree with the cat with too many legs, but it will get better. What do we lose if we don't have humans as actors in those films? Apart from the fact that presumably we will relentlessly see Tom Cruise on our screens for the rest of the next 100 years and more. Judges. I've done a lot, because I'm a lawyer by background, I've done a lot of teaching of judges on AI. And one of the things that we come to, because, you know, a lot of people say, oh, AI is going to be so much better judge than humans are because humans go to sleep in the afternoon. I was a judge. I never went to sleep in the afternoon. And also, human judges are so biased. Well, so is AI, as Wayne showed us. AI is really biased. And so what do judges bring? And again, I think it's a nice vignette into the things that we're talking about. What judges bring is humanity to the law. And if we don't have humanity in our law, what is our law? I talked about the doctor, my oncologist, and, you know, I want us to think about what makes us human. I think it's really important that we see AI as a tool that augments us, that helps us along the way, but doesn't become our master or our go-to. And so that's why I've put Neuralink, sorry, didn't spell it properly, on this slide, because at some stage we may have to make a decision about whether we are a Google or an Apple person. Do we get our new phone, our Neuralink, from Google? Or do we get it from Apple? Or do we get it from somewhere else? And when you break it down like that, you then think, there are a lot of things we need to think about before we get there. And yet it's just around the corner. So, what do we all need to know? I think everybody needs the 101 of AI. I think anybody who is creating AI needs to have diverse teams so that not only we solve some of the bias issues, but also we can create products that are fit for purpose. As we know, bias is a problem not only because of the data, but also the people who create it, create the AI. And a lot of those people are young men under 30. Well, if you're going to create a product for an old white woman like me, that team might not be the best. So when I talk to companies, I say, this is in your economic interest to get this right. Because you're going to sell more to me, the old white woman, if you get the product right. It's no different from getting your product right and creating the right product in the first place if it's a material product as opposed to a virtual product. And product liability, in my view, should be the same. You should be liable for products that you get wrong, which you create with AI, just as you are if a can explodes in your hand or something like that. We need education at work and at home on AI and its impacts on society. We need to stabilize people's worries about jobs and empower them to be part of the debate. Companies, I do a lot of training of companies and a lot of consulting for companies, but I think there are also government people here in my audience, and I'll just pick one thing: procurement. Know what you want to use AI for and hold the people who are purporting to be selling it to use feet to the fire. How you create an RFP is going to be the most important indicator of whether you're going to be successful in your deployment of AI. I have talked a little bit about bias. One of the things that worries me is that all these hiring tools, and the interviewer sounded like Siri. Do we actually value our employees anymore? Or is it all right to outsource getting our employees through AI? It's a bit like the conversation about education and AI, isn't it? Do we value our employees sufficiently to write their appraisals anymore? Or do we just let ChatGPT or whichever your favorite generative AI is do that? This should be accountability. And Wayne mentioned facial recognition. There's an algorithm out there, Clearview, that is right to 95%. So it's a nice, accurate tool. But just because it's accurate, should we be using it? Is a debate we're not having enough. Should we be using it in our classrooms? Should we be using it in our society? Because if you can't go out and protest in a democracy, then that makes it very difficult to actually change things. Global regulation, you will know about China, and we had an overview of what's going on in Hong Kong. Brazil has an act. India has just issued a memo saying that they're going to ask for algorithms to actually be reviewed by the government. I'm not sure how that's going to work. We have work in the UN. We have the treaty coming out in the Council of Europe. We have work in the OECD. And in the US, we have the Biden executive order, which is important because it has lots of information in it, and we have the NIST framework. But one thing I do want to remind you, and I will finish on this because I'm a lawyer, is that existing laws still apply. So if your country hasn't or the regulation doesn't cover an area that you think needs to be dealt with, then actually have a look at those existing laws. Have a look at your existing regulators, because one of those might cover the issue that you have. So, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, speakers and moderators. We are taking 10 minutes intermission before the upcoming session. So you are invited to enjoy the coffee break just outside the plenary hall, and where you can mingle and forge new connections. Thank you so much. The session will begin soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please be seated. We will continue with our third keynote for this morning, continuing on the important topics of AI ethics, responsibility from the industry point of view. So it's my privileged place here to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Tian Feng, is Dean of SenseTime Intelligent Industry Research Institute. Please welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for invitation of HKBU. And for past 2 years, as an AI industry practice team, we are so busy. And the human being is stand on the brink of great transformation about the technology, science, society, and productivity. So every week I take about more than 5 AI topic lecture and workshop and some other panel for public service, private sector, and business school and other NGO team. So I assign my AI assistant to prepare the PowerPoint, my deck. So if you notice any wording error or grammar issue, please forgive me and my AI assistant for the little issue. It's a joke. Actually, we find AI is an important tools for us and friendly assistant, a partner for our work. There are 3 words is changing by AI technology. The first one is the digital world. As we all know, Gen AI generate more and more text, video, and other content for the digital world. And the AI, we combine AI with the product like chatbot, ChatGPT is learned from our mental world and interact with us. And the third word is physical world. AI basing on the robot and self-driving car. They learn from the physical world and change the world. Actually, among the 3 words, human get knowledge from physical world to discover the knowledge, and the human being write the book, teach the class for the knowledge transformation from teacher to student. But now the AI large language model learn from the human being text resources. So far is AI machine learning methodology. But if you invite the large language model with the robot, they can discover the new knowledge from the physical world, and machine learning change to machine teaching. The human being can learn more knowledge from the robot with a large language model. So it's very interesting. In the past 1 year, every day I engage over 300 runs with my AI assistant. It's a large language model to discuss about some AI topic and for industry and research. So it's very helpful for me. So I think it's for the 3 words, the human generate complicated situation, the AI model learn from it, so it can generate some correct or confused content, but AI like a high-speed train past us in instant. So as OpenAI CEO Sam Altman and NVIDIA CEO Jason Huang said, AGI will coming in the next 5 years. It means before 2030, we can use AGI tools for our life and work. So may I prepare for it? Maybe we can find a new way to work with the AGI. So AGI is not a final target. It just is a milestone in for the human being history and for the Earth culture history. So it's my the point before the speech. For the past 3 years, the global artificial intelligence moves from legislation to enforcement. For the first wave of AI ethics research is most of them is private sectors like SenseTime, like OpenAI and Microsoft. And the second wave is the major economies like G7, EU, China, and US. And third wave is international organization like UN, APEC, and other global organization. And now global, every team, every family, and every organization want to same AI as standard to control the risk and to grasp the technology for the productivity. For example, United Nations AI governance view is as following: for governance is not an end but a means, a set of mechanisms intended to exercise control or direction of something that has the potential for good or ill. And the EU views of AI governance is about legal, ethical, and robust. According to the guideline, trustworthy AI should be lawful, ethical, or both from the technical perspective, while taking into account its social environment, respecting all applicable laws and regulations, respecting ethical principles and values. It's a common framework, and different countries can design their risk management and governance framework. The US view about AI governance is AGI security. As we all know, this year, the global, there are different national AI strategy, but the AGI is the same goal. So AGI security is the most important for every country, for every every team, for every company. And improving AI, identify new risks as Sam Altman's side, OpenAI, maybe the next generation large-scale model named GPT-5 or GPT-X, that the next generation model is in the testing in the super alignment phase, and is have advanced advantage is better than the GPT-4. So OpenAI set up a red team to test for any models and any productions ethical and security performance. They set up a preparedness team and framework for them to protect the security. And more than 6 years for ChatGPT, for Sora, and for the GPT-5, they discover more and more risks for society and for research and for industry. And we notice once they release any production or models, release a white paper for super alignment and ethical management. I think that is the major point about the 5 key elements. The first one is tracking catastrophic risk level via evaluations. The second point is thinking out unknown, use unknown to find unknowns. And the third point is establish safety baselines. And the fourth point is tasking the preparedness team with on-ground work. And the last one is creating a cross-functional advisory body. Is for the global view of AI ethics and governance. According to China, more than 5,000 years history and culture, we use a common ethical value word for sharing. Muncher's side, he who delights in the joys of the people will be delighted by their joys. He who shared in the worries for the concern about the concern of the people will share their concern with the people. So 乐民之所乐者，民亦乐其乐；忧民之所忧者，民亦忧其忧。Is the same direction with the President Xi side on the G20. 智能向善。AI for good. So in October 2023, President Xi proposed global AI governance initiative at the third Belt and Road Summit Forum on International Cooperation. There are several points we can highlight. The first one is the human-oriented. Because in the China history, every government and every company, every government looked the society and the citizen as the highest priority. It is the first priority for their service target. And the second one is to developing AI for goods. In our opinion, AI for sustainable development goals is the digital targets. And the third one is we can uphold the principles of mutual respect, equality, and benefit all the people to control, to provide a framework and the risk management for AI risk, ethical and security risk. So we research on the more than 400 document papers from the global, and we summarize 3 major basic principles for AI ethics. The first one is the human-oriented, and the second is AI for SDG, sustainable development, and the third is technology, controllable technology. So that's time the AI risk management is set up on the 3 basic AI ethics principles. We set up an AI ethics committee since 2020, and every year we release one AI ethics and AI for SDG white paper for China and for global, and we share more case study, both Sensime and including both Sensime and other Asia in AI company and other digital technology company, their AI for SDG case. We share the practice to control AI risk, and we share the AI security tools. It's a platform for algorithm security level report. And we initial for technology for SDG Asia Alliance for the ecosystem. So it's our risk control governance system. It's a second version. It includes AI as organization and AI risk control process. It including all employee AI ethics training and test and certificate. And the third point is the technical tools. We use AI for AI to trace AI to monitor AI. So it's only way we can monitor and trace more and more Gen AI output. So we use 5-level risk classification for more than hundreds of AI production of some time, and we create design the AI ethics training classes for the everyone for some time and our partner, and we more and more AI ethics discussion with governance, with other AI company to find the new risk in metaverse, in Gen AI, in large-scale model, and for the future. And we open a free AI model security risk testing platform. You can upload your algorithm, you can upload your model to the platform, and the platform retain your AI and security report, and it can tell you where is your risk. For large-scale model, we use this mechanism to control the ethics and security risk, including network data and algorithm risk. First one is we for the training data side, we can identify, we can label negative values of the data, and for the large language model, we can input and fine-tune with positive values data, and dialogue with the data and the fine-tune data, the model. And the third type is one the human user to talk with our language model. We can find sensitive question and the sensitive answer is very important because the user can misuse the large language model for their negative target. The human-computer alignment, there are three types. The first one is pool of political questions assessment. The second is social and ethical issues pool assessment. And the third is security vulnerability assessment. The next is our AI for SDGs case study. The first one is for Zhongguancun International Leave Platform. Another case is about a civil servant training platform for traditional mode human teacher to teach class online, but they use digital human technology and large language model. They create AI, a digital human teacher, like Xiaolu, named Xiaolu. So over 70,000 students buy AI teacher class online, and the training platform can save more than 80% cost, and they can only the AI teacher only cost 4,000 yuan per month. It's very cheap, less than the human teacher. Their payment is about 20,000 yuan per month, and the AI teacher, because they have no slip of the tongue or other speak mistake. So the classes from AI teacher, the content is over 3 times than the human teacher, and it can provide a specific communication with every student online, such as a career development advice, and everyone have the question about the class. AI teacher can answer for 24 hours every week. And for Tsinghua Professor Peng Kaiping, we development avatar for their online class. This video is generated by the AI. You can input the text, so AI can transfer the text to the video. So I believe every professor needs AI avatar. So far, maybe I and you can take a speech one day, but in the future, you can complete 100 speech in one day. So it's the power of the AI. The next is very interesting. AI can help you to write a paper to analysis industry, but Sullivan Research Institute, they use a large language model to create AI analysis AI researcher for a different industry. For traditional mode, the human researcher write one paper, one industry analysis paper, spend 2 weeks. But now AI write the industry analysis report use 2 or 3 days. And even the student in the university, if you use the AI researcher tools, you can write a report within about 3 days, and so the target of Sullivan, the next target of Sullivan is to write about 500,000 for industry reports. So they can serve more than 3,000 small SMB, small and middle-sized company in China, not only for the large, the famous company or the large company. The next is about AI for hospital. We use large language model to help Shanghai Xinhua Hospital for pre-visit. Your customer can use AI to self-diagnosis, and the AI can become your assistant to complete the pre-diagnosis. AI recommend doctors, patient AR navigation, and the AI can call you for the details information after you go back home, and can share you the ways to for the treatment. So it's the human doctor can only use 3 minutes to face the patient and for the sick. And the Zhongguancun International Live Port use AI avatar and the language model. They can use AI to sell productions online instead of the human broadcaster, live broadcaster. So it's very powerful because the AI avatar can use more than 150 languages for global market to sell their productions. We can see the Sora demo and like see the China text video generation model. It's for e-commerce customer requirement. We input the prompt. AI retain the video for you. So it's change the business model for the TikTok and other live stream platform. Even you have no camera, you can generate the video for your production, for your class. So we have confidence for Asia AI technology. The next case is Shanghai Bank. Shanghai Bank use AI avatar and AI digital human and large language model to provide the service, financial professionals financial service for the senior people. More than 100,000 people.
我可以倾听你的需求，
They
帮助
can
你的使用，
talk about
回答你的
more
问
than
题。
4,000
承担你的
finance
责任。
production in Shanghai Bank BCU.
我是海小慧，很高兴与你见面。
And for Sina Weibo platform, AI can help you to generate the production introduction blog, and AI can help you to design the marketing video, and AI can answer your any question for the customer. So it's very interesting. For now, AI generate more than 700,000 pieces of copyright for past few months, and the adoption rate is as high as 59%. So you can scan the QR code. We will share more detailed case study based on the large language model for the different industries. And for the future article view, we think artificial intelligence is just it's not the human view, but for the future we will discover the common value view for the space-time era. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Tien. And now it's time for questions, so please do send your questions. Maybe we can have the QR code once again if you missed that one.
Please scan the QR code for any questions to roundtable speakers.
Let me invite now the keynote speakers on stage. All right. We'll keep it a little bit shorter than planned because, you know, the lunch time is till the lunch time. But let's take a couple of questions. Please do send them. We do have time to address your questions and concerns on this. Let me begin with maybe with your Mr. Chen, you presented some concrete mechanisms for risk control, and then you presented this wonderful teacher, AI-generated teacher videos, which really look, you know, like real humans. So the technology is amazing that you have achieved here. Now, I also notice that Dr. Holmes, for example, you know, you expressed the view that we need more human teachers than machines replacing humans in this respect. So we have interesting dialectics here. So maybe you can start with a brief comment from all of you really on this topic of education. Let's begin with that. And how do you now would summarize your view on the you know, from anything to near to mid long-term perspective of the influence on the the future generation and their learning from these two different points of views.
Well, firstly, can I say about the presentation we just saw, it was absolutely fascinating, and thank you very much for sharing it. But I have to say that your work on education, I personally find very frightening. It's not a future that I want, and I worry greatly. I worry greatly that this rush to automate the teaching process. I'm trying to be diplomatic here, it's quite challenging. The rush to automate the process fundamentally misunderstands what education is all about. And I think I understand the pressure. We have more people who wish to learn, I get that. And I'm not saying that there's no place for that kind of thing. Maybe there is. But I think the danger is that our policymakers, our funders, will grab hold of this as a way to solve education going forward. And my concern is it distracts us from what we really should be doing. And it distracts us from the fundamental importance of the human connection within teaching and learning.
Thank you.
And, I said it about judges and the need for humanity in judgments. And I would agree that actually we need that everywhere. So it's important, in education. It's important in advertising. It's important in all the cases that we've just been shown. Because if we don't have humanity, then where do we as humans come into this? Is there simply a sort of AI loop going on that sells us things, that teaches us things, but we never really interact with it apart from it giving us things? And, I do just want to mention, we started out the last presentation with a lot of words about that Sam Altman has said. I was at Davos in January. I listened to him in a talk there, and I advise you all to go and find it. It was an economist talk. And he said, well, I don't think my boards are ever going to have to worry about whether we stop work on our AI systems because of generative AI, because obviously the board is supposed to have that power. And he simply he added, and the reason I don't think that is that AGI will just happen to us. We'll wake up one day and it will be there. And that seems to be a message to us all that we need to think much more carefully about safety and AGI. And if we don't do that now in regard to how we're interacting with it, with our children, our old people, and us in our between children and being old, if we need to get this right now, because when we get AGI, the time will be, we will be past the time when we're able to make those judgments. And we saw on this, oh, well, we can help old people with AGI, with artificial intelligence. I am just as worried about helping old people as I am worried about helping children. I don't, as I look at my old age, I don't want to be looked after by a robot that's AI enabled. I would like to see a human being at least sometime each day or each week. I don't think it's a solution. It's a solution that, as Wayne said, appeals to policymakers who want to save money, but I don't think it appeals to us human beings.
Thank you, Kay. Mr. Chen, how well do these avatars, teacher avatars, respond to questions from students, for example?
Yeah, for global view, we can see we can look at the avatar with our assistant. The avatar use some person appearance, but the large language model learn from my speech or my paper or my other works output. So it's very, very helpful to analyze my think way, to analyze my writing style, and it can improve my productivity. Actually, to be honest, the speed of the AI development is faster and faster than the human users' study speed. The challenge is not the AGI. One is AGI coming because if you input more computing resource, input more large-scale data, and you can get larger scale models. The AGI is coming on the way, but how we can find a comfortable and a safety way to work with the AGI, we work with the LLM and the AI robot is a challenge for us. From the common user, we can see AI is suitable for every year's users, even the child and the old people. For the first wave of user for the AI production is always the children, and from children to the student in university, and some old people like to talk with AI because their child is go to the company. They cannot to talk with our parent every day for any time. So AI become one member of the family. So it's very helpful to for the people requirement. So I think AI technology and production will outreach every family.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, let's wait and see if we can have this roundtable with avatars.
Could I just come back? Because it's roundtable, I just want to come back on the concept of AGI. So AGI is supposed to be artificial intelligence that's more intelligent than a human. Okay.
Yes.
I'm willing to make a bet. I'm not a gambling man, but I'm willing to make a bet that we will not see AGI by 2030. It's not going to happen. I'm absolutely convinced. And I would actually say we will not see AGI while I am still alive. I just don't see it happening. I think it's really important because I think the notion of AGI is both used as something that's exciting to take us forward. It's also used as the end of the world as we know it. And I think all of that distracts us from the ways in which technology is being used today to disempower people, to disempower students, to disempower teachers. And that's what we should be focusing on rather than thinking about this thing in the future that may or may not happen.
Thank you. Yes, let me continue on this topic really in terms of a couple of your questions. I will bundle together a couple of questions about AI ethics, which is also the concern that many experts have said on working on the AI frontiers, that we are not going to see AI ethical systems or rules, responsibilities by 2030. Over 2/3 of the experts, the sample size was hundreds of experts, didn't see it, really coming. and they, only a minority will say that they would at least hope that we will have systems that have AI ethics encoded in those systems by 2030. And so maybe, question to each of you and comes from the audience is also that what do we really mean by AI ethics, and also in contrast to the phrase empty ethics. Is ethics empty, or how can we define it so that it could be implemented by 20XX?
Well, I'll start with that. I don't know what the phrase empty ethics means, so it was a question I was going to ask. But what I do know is that the EU passed its act just recently. What we saw with GDPR was that a lot of companies that were internationally based tooled up to do GDPR, and then effectively GDPR became the standard. What I hope is that the EU AI Act will have the same impact. And just whilst we're on education, the EU AI Act has some things to say about using AI with children. So have a look at that, particularly around using AI for grading. So if I break it down, what we needed was some regulation, because that pushes companies to actually do something beyond self-regulation. Some companies have done great self-regulation, other companies not so good. So now that we have the EU AI Act in place and companies are going to have to be ready for it, then I am much happier about the future and getting to having standards embedded than I was before.
Same question, but I will add one more question that comes from the audience, and Professor Holmes here specifically. Do you want to know exactly how to incorporate, this AI ethics into a school-level curriculum, and what kind of support, how to, argue for the importance of that towards those who are funding and supporting universities these days, so that the importance of all of this is recognized and enough support is being given so that we can still hire human teachers and so forth.
Yeah, I think one of the huge problems about when we talk about ethics is nobody really knows what we're talking about. There is so much confusion. In Europe and the West, that we've had 2,000 years of discussion of ethics. Here, you've had far more than 2,000 years of discussing ethics, and yet we don't have really clear boundaries what we mean. There are some important principles that I think we should be focusing on. One is the notion of ethics by design, which means that instead of the typical approach where we develop something and then we check, is it ethical, whatever that means, but actually we start by thinking about the full parameters. In what ways might this technology that we're thinking of developing might impact on humans and the world in general, and what those consequences are. For me, as I mentioned, if we're going to dig down, if we want to discuss ethics, we can do that for a long time. So we need to grab hold of something that we can grab hold of. And so that's why I, rightly or wrongly, grab hold of the United Nations human rights legislation and child rights legislation, because we could debate whether that's working or not, or whether it's right or not, but at least we know that they have been agreed, those principles, by more than 200 countries around the world. And it gives us a grounding, a starting point. So if the tools and applications that we're thinking of don't meet human rights principles and child rights principles, then we know we have a problem. And I think that's a key starting point there. Two other points I'd like to make is, one, whenever we talk about the ethics of AI in a domain, or whenever we talk about the ethics of AI, we forget the fact, we think about AI as something floating up there that's general. But actually, AI is always being applied in a particular domain. And so while there are common issues across every application of AI, such as some of the things that Kay mentioned in the discussion of responsible AI, like trustworthiness, fairness, all those kind of things, they're absolutely fundamentally important, but they're not enough on their own. If we're talking about the use of AI in medicine, then we have to think about medical ethics and think about, well, hang on a second, what happens when the world of medical ethics and the world of AI ethics collide? What happens there? And of course, in education, we need to think very, very carefully, not just about the AI ethical issues. Yes, we have to think about those, but we also have to think about the ethics of education and what happens when the ethics of education come into contact with the ethics of AI. To give you one example of that, all of the 95% of the tools I've come across that are tools designed for use in education, for teaching and learning with AI, they embed a particular approach to pedagogy that's based on Skinner's behaviorism, which we know is an incredibly weak approach to pedagogy. But that's what all these tools embed. And so not only do we need to talk about fairness and trust and transparency, we also need to think about choice of pedagogy and other issues like that.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
final thing, and then I will shut up, I promise. But the final thing I wanted to mention, because we talk about the EU AI Act, and that's cool, and there's lots there, and the mention of education is actually incredibly weak, and that's something we're looking at over the next few weeks. But I also wanted to mention that the Council of Europe, which is the European human rights organization that's been around for longer than the EU, is almost twice as big as the EU. I'm working there and we're developing a legal instrument to regulate the use of AI in education, which is going to take probably 2 or 3 years before that comes out, but it's critical stuff.
Thank you. We can continue maybe a little bit. You have a question from healthcare point of view. I address this to Kay. The question is really how to balance the use of AI and human need, especially when it comes to older populations and maybe vulnerable groups and others, with the point also that there are good uses of AI in healthcare, diagnostics and eliminating human noise, decision making, improving it in one areas, but also how to balance the use.
Yes, I agree with that. There are some great uses of AI, as I said earlier. For example, the mammogram. We still need to get better at that. But just today, there's an article in the New York Times about AI being used to help screen those of us who have to take pills after our cancers, side effects, and that looks as if it's a hopeful use of AI. So there are some great uses of AI in healthcare, but I think what it comes down to, and I think probably it comes down to in education as well, is where do you put the human in this? You know, what do you need the human for? I believe in healthcare, we need the human to interact with us humans, i.e. the patient. And if we can use AI to better diagnose, if we can use AI to take notes, because, you know, that takes up a lot of the poor doctor's time, those are great uses of AI because it actually frees up the doctor to talk to us, the patients. And I think that would be a great way that we use AI in education as well, freeing up the teachers to teach. But I see Wayne doesn't even want to use it to take notes. So I'll hand over to you. But I do think in healthcare, and this is a personal perspective, of course, I really want my doctor to be the person who breaks the news I've got cancer and helps me through the journey.
Thank you, Kay. Maybe we have time for two more questions, and we're keeping time here. You have a question about ChatGPT in particular. One specific question is, at what age children should start using it? Should we put age limitations on the use of ChatGPT in particular? And also with that technology, it is biased to Western values. It's been observed here. We could say weird values, this Western educated, what is it, intellectual rich, this acronym, weird. Are there any AI tools that incorporate both Chinese and Western values so that we could, overcome this geopolitical issue and maybe as one of the obstacles towards the pathway to AI regulations, responsible ethics rules? What is the size of the common ground when it comes to the combating bias, which is a common problem for everyone who's developing these foundation models and large language training? How would you, Mr. Chen, see this?
Yeah. For the current situation of the global governance framework, because every country has different history, so it caused different culture, and it caused led to the different the human ethics. So the AI ethics has different standards in different area. So for the future, for the next maybe 20 years, we agree with NVIDIA CEO Jason Huang. He said every country must invest their own computing resource and to create their own AI foundation model. So it's not the same. For example, we create a foundation model for China market to meet the China laws and regulation, and we develop a different foundation model for the Japan market or Korean market or Europe market. We need to meet the GDPR and US laws. It's very important for us. The global, maybe we can combine all the difference in one state framework, like UN digital contract. Maybe I heard they will release the digital contract maybe this year. So we can follow the higher principles for all the foundation model. It can control most of the AI ethics and security risk. But for the details, we believe every governance will cite security as a higher priority. Yeah, it's very important. Yeah.
Thank you. Kay, how do you see the possibilities of overcoming these geopolitical barriers that seem to be emerging?
As I said in my speech, I worry about it. I think that it makes us apart more than together, especially once we don't have data sharing, we have data sovereignty. And so that then means that you can't ever have one LLM that's going to be able to pick up all the world's data. And without having all the world's data, it means that we are actually potentially going to see a divide between those people who've got artificial intelligence, let alone artificial general intelligence, if indeed it can happen, and those people who have no access. I think in this room it is worth reminding ourselves that although about 200 million people use ChatGPT and 46% of them are white males living in America, 3 billion people are not connected to the internet.
Thank you, Kay. Okay, that's the questions from the floor. Thank you very much for your comments and observations and questions. And thank you to the keynote speakers for this roundtable session. That was very helpful, clarifying. And I hope we will find some common ways forward. I'm sure we will. So thank you all. And now we're on time and it's time for the lunch.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Holmes, Ms. Firth Butterfield, Mr. Tian, and Professor Peterinen for the inspiring discussion. And now it's time for lunch break. So the afternoon session will commence at 2:15 in this area. So focusing on the theme of AI and societies. So see you after lunch. Thank you so much. Before the event starts, we would like to remind you to mute your mobile phone so that the mobile phone ringing wouldn't distract other participants. Before that, we would like you to also scan the QR code that we'll present to you later to ask questions for the next keynote. Here you go.
So let's invite our moderator, Professor Daniel Lai, the Dean of Social Sciences, Hong Kong Baptist University, to conduct the next session with the theme of Digital Futures, AI and Societies.
Professor Lai, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for coming back. And I'm sure many more are on their way. Many of them are probably making good use of the lunch hour to enjoy the walk along the harbor and enjoy the great view. And for those who come from other parts of the world, welcome to Hong Kong. And I'm sure that in the today and tomorrow or over the weekend, you will have the chance to enjoy not just the academic and intellectual exchange, but also some of the relaxed time when you're staying in Hong Kong. My name is Daniel Lai. I'm the Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences, and I'm also one of the organizers of the symposium led by our Professor Alex White, our president. So today, this afternoon, we have 4 keynote sessions, presentations, and among them, one presentation will be done online, and then we will have a round table discussion. And just in case, for those who just come in, I would like to show the QR code again, if we may. The QR code is for audience. When you are listening to the presentation or during the discussion, you have questions, you could use it. So the best way is you photo it, and then you press on it hard when you want to go into the link to add your questions. So our first presentation this afternoon, which is our keynote 4, is by Professor Dagmar Scruvier, who is Executive Director, Max Planck Institute for the History of Science. The topic that he's going to share with us is historical perspectives on East and West convergence in the AI era. Thank you very much.
So, it's a great pleasure for me to speak here, and I'm very excited to have such a wonderful audience to talk to the topic that is of most interest to me and my recent work. So, I want to talk to you about knowledge, the main resource us academics work with, and its ownership. And I want to talk with you about how artificial intelligence, which is the major tool collecting and imitating past and present knowledge or academic work, is challenged by and challenging current approaches to knowledge ownership. I think that many of the mechanisms that we created around knowledge ownership can have a myriad of harmful effects. And those are accelerated by artificial intelligence. And today I hope to show you how and to convince you that it is worth changing our approach to knowledge ownership in the age of artificial intelligence. In the talk, I will argue 2 issues. Firstly, that researchers in the humanities or in the sciences have a huge impact on knowledge ownership, an impact that lies well beyond law and that they tend to ignore and often not take responsibility for. For second, I want to argue that artificial intelligence requires us to absolutely rethink the impact that this work by researchers is producing, because artificial intelligence reproduces and at the same time heavily interferes with the relation we currently draw between science and law, between true knowledge and normative systems at all, as it cherishes a model of open information, but is not always as open as we think. At the same time, it also reproduces these mechanisms because artificial intelligence, to a large part, mirrors the mechanisms of, believe it or not, academic work that defines the ownership of knowledge long before the law comes into the play and influences our thinking far beyond law. So, I will begin by illustrating the role of knowledge workers or researchers, and then give you a brief definition of what historically seen artificial intelligence is, and then give you 3 examples to show some or to illustrate some of the harmful effects that I see. So let us start and begin by thinking about knowledge workers. So knowledge workers, scientists, humanities, teachers, educators, and their current role in knowledge production and ownership. And for that, you simply have to think about yourself. So think about a typical day at work. Which part of it is not concerned with knowledge in some way, shape, or form? I think we can all agree that our lives as academics are largely shaped by acquiring, producing, and sharing knowledge. So we have it and we give it away. But this is certainly not limited to the academic world. In fact, our whole modern society is based on knowledge. It is the basis of our culture, of our society, and of our economy. Your position in the society is determined by how much knowledge you have. We call ourselves experts, professors, engineers, inventors. So we indicate our social status and power by expressing how we own knowledge. And we are indeed a knowledge economy with many nation states across the globe investing into science and striving to educate their population in order to have knowledge. So we are a knowledge economy. And we have devised incredibly complex mechanisms to protect this knowledge. So social mechanisms, such as the institutionalization of professorships, the certificates of bakers or master tenors, or trades such as that of the economic specialist or the educators or the coders. Others concern law, and this is certainly always the first thing you think about: patents, trademarks, brands, or think about the entire gamut of intellectual property rights, copyrights, digital commons, intangible cultural heritage, or in the digital world, digital commons, DOI, etc. All of these complicated mechanisms make it clear who owns knowledge and profits from owning it. These mechanisms are based on the assumption of our society that knowledge has value and should not be given away freely. So, if we live in the age of a knowledge economy, where nations strive to advance science and technology, to advance knowledge workers, and people to gain knowledge and high status by gaining more knowledge every day, by trading knowledge and information, then we also have a society who has to think about these values seriously. Now, let us look at this idea from knowledge from the viewpoint of artificial intelligence. At the basis of artificial intelligence is the collection of knowledge and the reproduction of the logics of human thinking. So knowledge built by academics or other knowledge workers such as us, or people like you. Much of our knowledge is, in fact, empirically gained. So that means it is based on experience and inference. And it is also historical, which means it is collected from different sources and then stored. Some of you may have heard about the artificial intelligence idea, what it actually is. So the original, as we've heard today in the morning already, is quite ancient already, but there is also an idea about how this idea of knowledge and artificial intelligence relates to each other, so that when the computer imitates our knowledge, that there is the so-called Turing test from Alan Turing, who says that a machine's ability to exhibit intelligence behavior equivalent or undistinguishable from that of a human is knowledge or intelligence. I think we've heard today already that there are other definitions of it. I just wanted to give you another definition of that is really very, very different, that was recently published by Jacob Turner in 2019 in Robot Rules, who is a lawyer and an author, who defines artificial intelligence really quite differently by saying it's independent decision-making and unpredictability. So you can see you have here very different ideas about also how knowledge and artificial intelligence relate together. But there is an underlying assumption in all these definitions that artificial intelligence means something like producing genuine thinking, following human logics, and also reproduces our biases and presumptions, but may also be able to overcome it. Well, especially with this overcoming of it, we've heard today already that this is not so easy, but there is also an issue that J. David Boulder and Richard Grusin have mentioned and argued in the context of video games and studies on virtual reality, that different to a simple digital storage, artificial intelligence decisively differs from traditional linear media because they create something like hypermediacy, which means they make us able to forget the medium and thus achieve an immense effect of presence. So from us, mimicking our logic or that of others, of a reality in which media are ever present, we become used to their presence as part of our reality and the world as it is or should be, including how we should be dealing with knowledge and ownership, with the promise of artificial intelligence that it's more just, more neutral than the humans would be. So, our knowledge economy is reproduced by artificial intelligence. What is made available how, when, and where, however, determines in what kind of artificial intelligence or artificial causation are created. So now let us come back to the question of knowledge ownership. Artificial intelligence reproduces our knowledge and our ideas of knowledge ownership. So you have the idea that you can decide as a person how you produce data. So if you click, for instance, the button, then the information is available to everyone. Or if you do not click or unclick the button, then the data you are producing is only for you. Or artificial intelligence reproduces that some information is patented and others is not. So you have the feeling that it is reproducing the world as you know it. However, as I said, I want to convince you today that this is actually really, that artificial intelligence is actually really showing you another side of how you know that you are not aware of that causes a really great harm, in which true knowledge becomes a really important term and science becomes real knowledge, and owning and law play a very ambiguous role. So now I would like to come to 3 examples that illustrate how our current systems around the property of knowledge are unjust and cause harm, and how they are basically reproduced by artificial intelligence. So, first, let's take the case of data. In particular, let's take the case of a scientist producing and using open data. Let's say that they use the data for their research and then publish it. Think about a physicist who is developing new insights into gravitational waves, for instance, or which they manage then to get published in one of the key journals, Science, Nature, or PLOS. The knowledge in this publication that is at least partly based on freely available knowledge, so knowledge that the scientist before has collected, is now no longer freely available in the artificial net. even if it is open access, it is in this case clearly associated with a person or a group of researchers. So we regulate how knowledge can be reproduced, and artificial intelligence seems to reproduce this as well. Or does it? Artificial intelligence reproduces the system as it collects data, either acknowledging that such data have an owner, a DOI, for instance, an identifier who has produced the information, or by adopting it as open or public knowledge, and by assessing, for instance, where it belongs. So I mentioned the physicist, for instance, who publishes in PLOS, whose information is certainly worth more than somebody who publishes in an unknown journal somewhere at the end of the world. However, it is also in principle based on the idea of open data. Unless you do not click the button and make sure that your work is in a protected space, the large language models will always swallow the information that you feed into them. To the extent, for instance, that university professors at the moment in Germany advise their PhD candidates to only work in protected spaces to prevent unintended plagiarism. So, namely, that artificial intelligence reprocesses the information that the PhDs have given into the large language models, then years later will show up as something that artificial intelligence has produced, and not as the PhD having given it into the artificial system, and then being of their own intention. So you can make the test yourself. If you put something in and you do not work in a protected space, 2 weeks later, ChatGPT will actually give you a similar idea back. So be careful what you give to ChatGPT. We could certainly say that artificial intelligence is also freeing us from the load or from the idea of identifying authors, so the originators of knowledge, because they make every knowledge that we have in the next step openly accessible. However, artificial intelligence also means that the idea of an enlightened society in which people gain profit from their knowledge, like a merchant who would gain profit from their sales, is now under duress. Who is developing, who is inventing, and who is discovering new ideas? You can also think of it as a very simple reproduction of biases, which I mentioned already beforehand. So I don't know who of you has actually used open data, but the trouble of the use of such data is, as you may have guessed by now, that much open data is less well reviewed than closed information, or that behind databases to which a lot of the large language models do not necessarily have access upon specifics, unless they are really specifically set up to do so. So large language models in particular, when relying on quantitative analysis, even in combination with qualitative inferences, is likely to reproduce non-peer-reviewed information. Also, large language models are based on a lot of words and semantic semiotic analysis, freely available information, whereas scientific research will have to be validated from a really great combination of sources and information and experiences before it goes open access. So data, open or tagged? What would you like more? So while you think about that, let us move to the next point, the second case that I would like to discuss with you. So let us look a little bit deeper into our current approach to the social mechanisms of knowledge ownership that I described in the introduction. How us being coders, inventors, anthropologists, engineers, or professor of the history of science like myself impacts AI or knowledge ownership. and how it actually really imposes certain knowledge ownerships or property ideas on society. For instance, when historians like me attempt to explain historical knowledge, let's take the case of leather production, they are translating this historical knowledge into our knowledge economy by drawing on cultural premises. I give you an example. Leather production in China's history counts, for instance, as science because, let me go to the next one, because Joseph Needham reproduced it in Chinese history or defended it in Chinese history on Science and Civilization in volume 5 as something that is chemistry. So Joseph Needham had to defend his approach to that by that point in time to two people or two groups of people. So one was against his contemporaries in England, so scientists in Europe, who suggested that because Chinese literati had not written down such knowledge, it could at best be a craft or technology, but not a science, because it was not really brought up. The Chinese people by that point in time suggested to Joseph Needham, which is a very interesting case, that leather production should not necessarily be part of Science and Civilization because it was not an originally Chinese graft. It was something that barbarians, so non-Chinese, did by that point in time. So in a fast forward, you can also see how the Chinese government nowadays wishes to tag or promote Chinese leather production as something entirely different. So here you see an early text of a chemical engineer of the 2002 who operates basically along the Joseph Needham idea of saying that early Chinese leather production is a proto-sciences. It's just one of many examples. Or here you see the Chinese government who tags that knowledge as intangible cultural heritage and who has made several appeals to the UNESCO board to say that Chinese leather production is craft. Certainly, it can be argued that knowledge always has different components. So leather production is chemistry, it is art and craft, it's embodied work and tacit. But because artificial intelligence is historical and it operates on large language models, so on words, you will not necessarily find the same explanation for leather production in all parts of the world. So when scientists or academics have decided for some parts of the world that leather production is a proto-science, you will find it in India, in China. When other scientists or academics have decided it is not, you will not find it, like in Australia, for instance. So the issue of translation becomes even more apparent when researchers go to indigenous cultures to document and then publish their findings. So when they do so, they are also introducing this knowledge into our knowledge economy by bringing it into the required form, a publication, data, a video that records certain procedures, and people's knowledge, for instance, about medicinal plants or values. At the same time, these anthropologists, for instance, are claiming ownership of that knowledge. It is now tagged to their names. So this might not necessarily happen with the intention to steal that knowledge, but it is happening and it is changing the knowledge culture in which we are living. And it's impacting the social structures that this knowledge is taken from, because only the researchers are allowed to own knowledge in our system, and artificial intelligence accelerates this problem. So it's not that anthropologists don't know this. In fact, they deal with this and yet have not found a way to avoid this interference rather than accepting it as part of their work, so that when they write books about other people, they are tagging this knowledge and taking ownership on it. But it is the fact that they're making choices towards knowledge ownership when they are doing that. And you do not even need to go down an academic route. Just think about like how you think about a carpenter who has deep knowledge about how to build a table with, and compare that with how you think about an engineer who can turn this experience into a patent that can be read by artificial intelligence, turning this into legal ownership of this knowledge that is then also tagged to the person. Or likewise, a chemist has much higher social status than, say, a tanner, and is thus able to own different kinds of knowledge, and so does artificial intelligence also qualify this knowledge in different ways. So let me come to my third case. Another example is by illustrating how donating information that is then turned into knowledge, so another form of translation. So let's say you have your DNA sequenced and agree to make it available for research purposes. For instance, to study a hereditary disease. We would all do that, right? Because we are interested in studying these kind of things. The researchers nowadays can protect this algorithm for future use. They can feed this algorithm into AI and develop it. Gene patenting and genetic information offer us a prime example of the instability of ownership and knowability in the age of biocapitalism. As Miles Jackson, my colleague, has argued, starting in the 1970s, the United States Patent and Trademark Office began rewarding patents for short sequence of DNA, specifically ones that could be used in search for genes. During the early 1980s, when genes were initially being awarded patents by this institution, the Japanese Patent Office and the European Patent Office, the procedure was to isolate a gene, determine the function of its protein product by chemical assays, and then patent it. The procedure first required knowability, so knowledge of what the gene was coded for, before ownership could be granted. So one needed to know what one owned. By the 1990s, that had changed. Broad utility patents were being issued for rather vague statements about a gene's utility. This is to say that one could obtain a patent for a gene which coded for a protein whose precise function remained unknown. In this case, one owned something before one precisely knew what one had. With this change in the relationship between ownership and knowability, came a change in expertise. Previously, molecular biologists and their wet skills, techniques and practices had been necessary to define function of the gene product and therefore its utility. By the last decade of the previous century, their authority had been controversially usurped by a generation of unprecedented rapidity and who began to model proteins using computer graphics with a view to find structural homologies and deducing similar functions. So here's the wet laboratory, and here is how you do it today, algorithms and using the reproduction by artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence has two effects. When someone wants to use the same information to study, for instance, migration and to develop new medication on that gene, they have to acquire the right to use it. But the person who has donated the DNA has no say in how this is actually used anymore. And secondly, the algorithm turns into a way of how you can own it even if you don't know it, including that knowledge which you do not have present at all. So let me finish up by some ideas about what I think these three examples actually mean. I believe that the effects described in all these examples are all due to the fact that our society has decided that having and owning knowledge can be separated, an issue that has been heavily promoted since the Enlightenment society and that has led researchers to explain knowledge by more and more words, by more and more terms, and in more and more fragmented ways. I call this effect about the age, about this idea, the proliferation of knowledge, the effect of the many S. So we have Chinese traditions, Chinese cultures, Chinese sciences, European sciences, Indian sciences, and Indian medicine. Certainly, this is not a general effect. This is all over the world because knowledge is nowadays tagged culturally, and people want to own it. The truth is, however, that there can be no separation between knowing and owning knowledge, and therefore, if someone is trying to fragment knowledge, they are profiting from it, and somebody else is losing out. So our system of tackling knowledge and ownership, when translated into artificial intelligence by these words, is accelerating these effects. Because in our system, there is a conflict between the interests of the individual and those of the collective that AI makes particularly obvious. As an individual, I want to get value out of my knowledge, so I want to protect it. But as a society, we want knowledge to be freely available and open to all. And this is why many of the mechanisms that supposedly make knowledge freely available are actually mechanisms of conditioning how knowledge can be owned to make profit or gain status ownership, as illustrated in the examples I mentioned. So think about it. When you want to make a publication, is your academic interest really to share knowledge, or is it to show that you found it first? When a nation state claims a craft to be a cultural heritage, what benefit does that have to the individual craftsman if he now has to share it with all others? And think about those that don't have the means or opportunity to bring their knowledge into the required form and into artificial intelligence to claim ownership. Because the fact is that the system of artificial intelligence does not reward those who know or those who do not know, but those that know it in the right way so that can find the right term for it. I may not have the time to go into that, but I think one very brief example is, again, leather production. So think about leather production and how it's actually patented today. It's a very complicated process that requires the degreasing and the desalting of the leather. But it's only one part of it that is actually patented. And this part is what makes chemistry really interesting. It means that if you patent this part, the rest of the leather production is actually really not important anymore. So I think, and this is the last sentence I want to say, that we have to think about how we talk about knowledge and which words are we using in artificial intelligence in our discussions, whether we want to think of it as something that is culturally tagged, or whether we want to think of knowledge as something that is actually not divisible, and that every word we say about knowledge also determines how we own it, in particular in the digital world. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Schaffer. Our next speaker will speak on the topic impact of digital and data on the society and economy. We are very pleased to have Mr. Joseph Ngai to speak for us. Mr. Ngai is the senior partner and chairman, Greater China, of McKinsey & Company, Hong Kong. Mr. Ngai, please.
Hi, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'll try to make my comments short and interesting and see if I succeed in there before your coffee break. Look, I think that we are definitely in a very different world today, if I think about what I'm doing every day, if I think about what my clients are doing, right, I do think that, like it or not, we are swiftly moving right into the next decade here. And so one of the things I want to share with you a little bit as we start here is really around, what does digital, right, and AI and all these mean for us as a society and businesses, right? And why is this such a game changer? Gen AI is definitely a buzzword these days, right? How does that contribute to accelerating a lot of these trends that we're talking about? And lastly, and hopefully that we're all concerned about, is that what's the impact and what's the implication to us and society at large? We did a research around the future of work. And one of the things that everyone talks about is how does automation, right, AI and all that actually takes away job, right? What our conclusion was, and we can certainly have a debate about this, is that while a big percentage of our current work activities can be automated, can be replaced, but there are less than 10% of jobs that are completely removable, okay? So what that means is that, the jobs will still be there, the content will be different, right? In some ways, if you look at the upside of this, you can think about, hopefully, with automation and AI, you can take away all the activities of your job that is boring, that you don't want to do, right? And leave you doing the things that only, human and us can do, right? Is that possible, or is that something that is the future? Well, we can debate it, but I think that's a little bit where we came up with around, what that works. We actually looked at all the jobs, right? From, and this is just a pure automation, yeah? I'll talk about Gen AI later, right? From a very predictable environment, right? This is like a machine operator, assembly line workers, right? Those jobs are 100% replaceable, right? We're talking about dark factories these days in manufacturing, meaning that I don't even need light in there because there's no humans, yeah? Right? All the way to, and if you really want to think about, whether it's psychiatrists or legislators or perhaps chief executives, right? You're, harder to replace that, right? Harder to replace both the occupation, right? And hard to replace and automate the tasks, right? In the middle, you do have ones that you do wonder, right? Can you actually do it? And increasingly so. The job that actually, again, with the ranking of this, if you're looking for a new job, the best job that will never be taken away is preschool teachers, okay? So teaching at kindergarten with kids that are less than 4 years old is the job that will not be automated, right? Because that is where it is actually the least predictable and actually requires a fair amount of less of knowledge, right? But more of other skills that are actually equally important and hard to replace by machines. But it's very interesting. We had a big debate around, will doctors be replaced first or nurses? And the overwhelming majority said that doctors will be replaced before nurses, right? Because, talking to the patient's family is hard to be automated. Whereas looking at diagnosis, right, of, x-rays and other data actually may be able to be automated, easier. Anyway, it's quite interesting as you go through all these examples, right? What actually is at risk and what's not at risk, and what can we do about it? One of the things that, again, I give you another look at this is what is the market, and this is the stock market capitalization. We looked at 2007, and at 2007, if you look at high tech as a percentage of the total stock market capitalization in the world, it was 5%, and banks were 15%, right? Telcos, right, was 7%, right, and semiconductors was 2%, right? If you go through the past 15 years, by now, high tech is 14%, semiconductors is 5%, whereas banks are now at 8%, and telcos, right, your phone company is only at 2%, right? So if you think about actually what the market is valuing, if you think about what are the higher value, higher price occupations and jobs, it's certainly moving all towards the technology side, right? And all of these other ones, right, are actually slowly at least from a valuation perspective, it's getting smaller. If you look at what happened last year in the US, 7 companies was actually the bulk, right, of the growth in the in the stock market, right? And that was, again, just another sign of the times of what we're going through right now. Whereas all the traditional ones, I don't want to talk about, where, things will go in the future, but I think this is a fairly predictable trend, right? That you actually can see that continuing. And so we find ourselves in the Gen AI world, right? You cannot go to a board meeting right now without talking about this. What does Gen AI actually, what does it do, right? For a lot of people who have been in the AI world, they look at the current craze on ChatGPT and they say, what's new? I've been doing this for like the last 20, 30 years, right? What it actually does, and we did a little, just a prediction on this one, yeah? And then what we said basically is that what, is the economic impact is that it actually makes previously what is automated, previously what is digital, right? It actually increases, right, the impact of these in areas that you didn't expect, right? I'll explain that a bit later, right? But again, on the world, and we also calculate in China, what is the impact of Gen AI on top of what we would see as traditional AI? Yeah. No, and I think, all the use cases, right? Let me see if I'm going the right way. Yeah. Yeah, and so what we see is basically, the majority of value, right, of Gen AI and the use case, is around, we call it 4 Cs. I'm not going to go over them, but, what it does is that actually it creates areas that previously we thought was not automatable, right? Previously we thought that these were areas that are hard to replace, right? Take something like coding and software, right? And you see someone like, again, right? Does coding really matter, right? And lots of people actually in the US right now are saying that I'm not discouraging CS majors here, but I think that it's increasingly becoming something where, is it the actual coding or is it more like the problem solving around it, right? Or even the creativity and the innovation that's really more upstream than actually in all the downstream work, yeah? So that is very, very interesting. There are, obviously, I think the best use case of Gen AI right now is for college students to write essays, right? If you're not writing essays using Gen AI, then there's something really wrong with you. You're not living in the current world. And I do think that, it is something where, I see them at McKinsey, using Gen AI, look, it's over the place. And I do think that it is your harnessing of the technology. It's your ability to use it. One of my a friend's sons recently got a job, and the job is a prompt engineer. Like, what's a prompt engineer? It's someone who gets really good at doing the prompts. That's a real job, and it's really high paid, and there'll be a lot more prompt engineers in the future, right? And I would dare say that the prompt engineer is more interesting and probably a fastest growing job than actually the writer, right? So anyway, it's going to be very interesting as we go through this. And I do think that it is increasingly something where the question, and in my mind, is does this whole Gen AI craze, is that an equalizer or does that make the world even less inclusive, right? And it's very interesting because in some ways you can think about it as the great equalizer, right? In some ways, I think in the past, someone explained this to me and I thought it was very interesting. They said that actually one of the things that has happened in the modern world was that if I were a art student, right, I get very intimidated by science, right, by engineers, by computers and all that. Gen AI can actually change that because all of a sudden it gives me the ability, right, to take away, the challenges and the strangeness of coding, right? But I actually get stuff done, right? On the flip side, if I were a math major, right, and I was previously intimidated by writing essays, guess what? Gen AI is actually the best generator of interesting, and in some ways very creative writing out there, right? So again, is that the equalizer we're looking for, or are we going to see even more, difficulties around the divide between the haves and have-nots on this, right? And that is a little bit where this is going, I think. As we look around, what is the biggest impact? And it's very, very interesting. If you look at the physical world, right, performing predictable physical world, Gen AI adds nothing to that. Where it adds the most are things like applying expertise, right? So what is the most interesting thing is that we thought that all of these things that previously cannot be automated, right, cannot actually be replaced, are now imminently replaceable, right? So what Gen AI does is that it actually enlarges, right, the service area, right, of all the things that actually can be replaced, automated, made more efficient. And I think that's actually very interesting. One of the areas which, believe it or not, right now, as we in the business world find to be the biggest use case is actually interacting with customers, right? Once upon a time, we thought that interacting with customers, that certainly need a human interface, yeah? But today, with a lot of the much more interesting, chatbots that are out there, actually we find, many companies find that actually they are so much friendlier, so much more responsive, so much more interesting, they know so much more informative, right, than actually a human. And in some ways, if you do both together, you can have someone who is just on the job for 3 months, right, can actually have the experience of someone who has been there for 5 years, right? Think about the productivity increase in there. Think about the amount of learning that accelerates, right? And I think that is really where we find all these to be acceleration, right, of previous, I would say, a potential of automation, the previous potential of digital is very much accelerated by the Gen AI world. These are top 10 occupations that are exposed to Gen AI in our calculation, right? We think customer engagement is a big one. Office support is another one. IT professionals, right? We're all struggling and trying to find more. Hey, maybe there's something to do in that. One of our biggest growth area is around how to find ways, right, to supplement, right? Right now, we have a huge problem with finding labor, right, in many parts of the world, right? This could be one of the game changers, right, in doing that. In web and digital interface designers, look, I'm not discouraging you from getting this occupation. I'm saying that when you're in the occupation, you think about how do you become, someone who is actually far more effective and efficient, right, than what it was before. And that's the world that we're going ourselves into right now. And certainly, I think news analysis reporters, right, that's another area that is actually very, very interesting, right? I'm finding right now journalists are certainly employing this, in a very big way. That again, right, I find inspiring because maybe there were before many, especially financial journalists, right? I mean, financial reporting, company reporting, public company reporting. I think are quite tedious and laborious, right? There's many ways, right, to actually make it so much more useful, right, and interesting. As we go into this, and I'll give you one perspective around how companies are thinking about this, right? One of the clear things that we're doing right now is thinking around as employees comes to us, what are we actually doing with them? And one area is really around continuous learning and adaptability, right? It's very, very hard, and I think it's almost impossible for education institutions, right, to be teaching someone what the skills that they would need, further on in the career, right? It's almost impossible, right? So again, it's a learning capability, it's adaptability, right? It's around that actually makes it the future of work, yeah? The other one is around organizational flexibility. I think that, in many ways, the bureaucratic structure of organizations is really changing. I think that we're talking a lot more around agile teams. You hear this term a lot these days. How do we organize ourselves in project teams? How do we organize ourselves in missions, right, and not in structures, right? So there are many discussions around these in the corporate world. The third one is around, we call it new collar jobs. It's not white collar, it's not blue collar, right? Maybe there's another way to think about like what are these jobs and what do we call them? And we call it new collar job. And the fourth one is really independent work, right? I think these days everyone is into this whole, slashers and slash mentality, and I think that will continue to be, right? Because in the world that we're going ourselves into, and with all the ways that we can actually employ technology, I think there will be a lot more independent work. There's a lot more people who won't have job titles. There's a lot more people who won't have permanent jobs, right? But there will be missions, there will be tasks, there will be projects, there will be expertise that you apply in situations. But will you have someone who'll be working in the same job description for 30 years? I think that's much less likely. So what that means is that there is a huge gap in upskilling the workers, right? So one of the things that I think people talk about is in the aging society, there isn't enough workers. That's one story. But the biggest story and a much more imminent story is the upskill or reskilling. Of course, if you look at Hong Kong, it's a much smaller community. But you look at the entire China, we looked at this, and there's around 220 million workers that needs to be reskilled or upskilled, right? And this is really something where I think that both corporates and obviously all sorts of educational institutions can actually play a role in there in terms of how do we think about upskilling and also retraining the workers, right? Having them to be working with machines, right? Working with technology, working with new applications, right? That they didn't have before. And that's 36%, right? Of the current population. Of course, people have a huge ability to learn and adapt, right? But at the same time, I think if you look at the longer term perspective of this one, right? It's probably one of the biggest gap, right, that we have. And if you think about economic growth in our country, I think this is probably one of the biggest hurdle that stands in the way is the workforce capability, right, in this new world. I'll spend 1 minute talk about our students and also the next generation, right? I think one of the things that we think, in this world of Gen AI, in this world of automation, in this world of digital, sometimes I think that a lot of people think that, okay, well, what's the upside here, right? What's the social mobility, right? Is it getting more and more unequal in the world? Well, in some ways, if I think about the characteristics, right? I think, the current generation is more educated, more diverse, more digital, more global than ever before. And if you think about what digital Gen AI and all these actually mean for us, right? You have far more, if you're in your 20s today, ability and your mindset to adapt to this new world than if you were 40 and 50, yeah? So I do think that, as we, think about what are the opportunities, right? I do think that there is a immense potential for the next generation to be actually far more productive, right, than when we were. And in some ways, as I was sharing a lot with my new colleagues that was just joining our firm, I said, look, there's vastly more potential for you to have a better lifestyle, to be more productive, to be doing the things that you love doing, right? If we can harness all of these things, right? Of course, they're still working very hard, but I do think that the potential, right, for that to be alleviated, right? And we are right now undergoing a lot of experiments internally to figure out how do I maintain the job that we have right now, but at the same time, take away a lot of the tediousness and maybe, why does everyone have to work until 2 a.m., right? Is there a way how to, compress that, right? And then, replace, right, a lot of time spent, right, with a lot of these techniques that we can actually have. The other one I think is actually very interesting is how do we make job more meaningful, right? One of the surveys that we did, and again, this is global. Hong Kong could be slightly different, right? But I think, what do people seek at work, right? If you look at the ranking, right, of what people seek at work, right, it's around meaningful work, it's around flexibility, it's around connecting and mentoring. Like, how does this jive with actually what companies are providing, right? And how do we think about how a more digital society, a much more digital employing, these, Gen AI techniques, right, can actually mean for that? And I think all these come together in a way that makes it exciting, but also very challenging at the same time for companies that are also dealing with this. And as we advise a lot of companies, the biggest challenge they have right now is how do we keep our young people motivated and retain them at our job? The current attrition, right, of actually people in their 20s is actually very, very high. And I think that's one of the challenge that we have in how do we create jobs. And I go back a little bit to our research on what is the job of the future, what is the potential, right, of digital and all that. I think this is actually part of it, right? Is we're seeking some of these higher values and higher principles, but how does all the things that we're seeing right now actually come in play, with all of that? So I would maybe conclude a little bit by, asking a few questions that there are not easy answers to, right? I mean, one of the questions is around both our education institutions, our corporates, right? Are we educating and reskilling our workforce fast enough for the digital and the AI economy? It's a real question, right? I think that, for a lot of us, we feel like this is something that we're already into, but at the same time, like, what does that mean? And are we grappling with it, right? The second one, and I think it's a very relevant one, I think the question is no longer, is Gen AI going to be helpful or change the world? It's going to be, how are we going to be managing and utilizing this? How do we not miss this mega trend, right, for us, right? I think here in Hong Kong, I think we feel a little bit on the whole digital economy that maybe we're a few steps behind, right? As it goes into turbocharge in this Gen AI world, how do we ensure that we're on top of it and running ahead of the curve, right? And then therefore able to reap the fruits, right, of this trend, right? And then the last question I'll leave you with is a little bit around how do we prepare ourselves, right? I think that as we think about, education institutions as a way to prepare ourselves, right, for society, right, to get ourselves shape our careers, what are the attributes that we want to acquire, right, in order to be fitting, right, into this new world where digital, where technology, right, where Gen AI, and who knows what's the buzzword going to be 2 years from now, right? It's going to be changing our societies, right, and our corporates. I don't have the answer to these, but I'd love to have more of a discussion later on when we have the open session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, speakers and moderators. May I please have the QR code ready? Yes, please scan the QR code for any questions. We are taking a 20 minutes intermissions for the upcoming session. You are invited to enjoy a coffee break right after the plenary. Thank you.
Just a reminder, there is a big backdrop at the front that you are welcome to take photos. That thing won't stay forever, and you will find it, you missed the opportunity if you don't do it now. So keep taking photos if you want. Thank you. Enjoy your coffee. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoy your social time and networking. I saw lots of friends, students, colleagues were taking photos outside with the special made props that we have set up. Do you like that? Do you like that? Yeah, good. So the next thing I want you to do is post it on your social media. So that people or friends of yours jealous you to have a chance to be in here. Our symposium has a very major theme other than what we have been proposing is probably you noticed that is we invited our important guests and speakers, but we also open it up for free for our students, teachers in the communities to join us so that we can learn without having to worry about any financial burden. And of course, particularly due to our funder who are able to sponsor us. So I hope you can enjoy and learn from it. All right, we are moving on to our next presentation. But before I do that, I also like to share an exciting news with you. While we are doing the presentation is being live streamed in mainland China. And right now, as we speak, we are hitting about 600 hit in live streaming already. We have 600 viewers, okay? At different point of time, looking at our presentation, some continue on, some choose the topic they like. And so we hope that the number will keep growing as our symposium continue. All right, our next keynote, number 6, the title is AI as Social Forces for Individuals and Communities. Speaker is Professor Luciano Ferradi. He is a founding director, Digital Ethics Centers and Professors in the Practice, Cognitive Science Program at Yale University. Unfortunately, Professor Ferradi cannot be with us in person today. However, he has prepared the presentation with us so that we can hear his presentation online and hear his wisdom in sharing with us his view towards how the social force is affecting us as individuals as well as a community. Please enjoy.
Welcome to the conference, and thank you for the invitation. I'm very sorry not to be with you today physically, but at least I can be with you virtually and share some thoughts. We have not much time and a lot of topics to cover. So I hope these slides will help us to go through the topics quickly and clearly. But if you find that some of the topics are treated a little bit superficially, well, blame the fact that we don't have enough time and we're not there together. Maybe next time. As you can tell, we need to talk about AI, its nature, risks when things go wrong, and opportunities when things go in the right direction. The opportunities will be linked to the risks. More on this in a moment. Let me just show you first the topics, how they are organized. There will be 4 moments. First of all, something about AI, what it is, and its impact. Why it's changing our lives so profoundly today. And then what happened to their impact, ethical principles, regulations, as a reaction to the transformation brought about by AI, the risks involved in all this, and how we manage those risks. And by the way, if you sleep, just wake up halfway through, this slide will help you to tell you where you are at some point. So let's start to talk about impact and what AI is these days. So you might have heard that AI is the attempt to produce something like human intelligence or even superhuman intelligence in machines, a sort of marriage between biology and engineering. In this talk, I would like to convince you that is the opposite. It's actually a divorce between the ability to do things, solve problems, take care of tasks with success in view of some goals, and the need to be intelligent in doing so. In other words, a divorce between agency on the one hand and intelligence on the other. So that is the future of AI. Now, this future has changed recently in the last 5, 6, maybe 10 years, depending on who you ask. We used to have AI as a branch of logic. It was based essentially on inference. If you make that move, say in chess, then I make this move. If then. A few years ago, it became way more efficient to do that statistically. And so we moved from deduction, to, if then, to association. A lot of data on the one hand are correlated to information on the other hand. Now, this move from logic to statistics has meant ChatGPT, for example, as a fundamental new product we all have been playing with. So what's the difference? Well, imagine that you want to compare programming and AI to cooking. In the past, it was traditional cooking. You had data, your ingredients, you have algorithms, your recipe, and you will be cooking a nice pasta in this particular case. Now, what has happened is that today we have the ingredients, the data, we have the information we want to get from the ingredients, the pasta, and the machine learns the recipe. It learns to cook, either supervised or unsupervised, depending on the program. At that point, it will be able to cook many different kinds of pasta with even different kind of ingredients. This means that sometimes you have to show them only the pasta to get both the ingredients and the recipe. This is when you have some kind of reinforced machine learning. So learning is the key. Of course, this can be compared to a very old technology. Remember when we first discovered that we could do so much mathematics with our pocket calculator or our smartphone? Well, we need to remember that, like in the case of a pocket calculator or a smartphone, there is no database in AI. There is no intelligence or consciousness or anything. Just because it's very good at maths or very good at English, it doesn't mean that therefore it's thinking, is aware, is worried, it has plans for its pensions. There is no understanding, of course. There's kind of a parrot, but not quite, because parrots are way more intelligent. Of course, the difference with the pocket calculator is that AI is not deterministic. It is a statistical tool, and therefore mistakes, potential errors are inevitable. So ChatGPT, to have the usual example, does with language what your pocket calculator does with numbers. This is amazing, is extraordinary, and has been made possible by that divorce that I was telling you about. The divorce is successful because we have transformed the world around these algorithms, the AI we're building, the digital technologies we have. Lower cost, more computation all over the place, so much more data that is unbelievable. Roughly 98, 99% of the data we have all been generated in the past 20 years or so. Much better, of course, machine learning, better algorithms, more Internet of Things, and more life with the digital world, what I like to call on life, a single word, to mean that you are never offline completely and you're never online completely, but in the mix between one and the other, a bit digital, a bit analog, a bit online, a bit offline. Like when you walk down the street and your telephone is still geo-tagging you, knowing where you are. So we've been enveloping the world, transforming the world around these technologies, and that's why the divorce is successful. So a driverless car works only because there is a network, only because there is so much data, so many sensors. If you remove the network, that driverless car will be pretty much a piece of junk. So the divorce is working, and it's working a bit like a dishwasher. We build the box around the ability of the robots. This is actually sci-fi, or we're not building robots that do the dishes instead of us, unfortunately, but the future could be a place where you transform the kitchen in such a way that you are no longer the interface between the dirty dishes on the one hand and the dishwasher on the other. That arm and that sensor should help to put the dishes inside the dishwasher. So we are transforming the world, if you pass me the analogy, into a big dishwasher. How did it happen? Well, in the long run, we are back to the past. Many years ago, grandmother used to walk into the room, and the room was a computer. Computation meant using a screwdriver. Of course, her daughter walked out of the computer and started having the computer in front of her. We started thinking about computers as something in the world, not us inside a computer. But today we are inside an infosphere that you recognize only when it doesn't work. Where, for example, your phone has no connection, when your laptop cannot communicate with another laptop. So we are inside the infosphere, the environment. Digital technologies, AI in particular, are the real agents. And so this is not a surprise. This is how we transform the world to make sure that it works with the technology, not the other way around. Once you look at artificial intelligence as a divorce between agency and intelligence, the ability to do things at zero intelligence, of course, this generates an enormous amount of opportunities, but also risks. Let me show you the opportunities first. We can do so much more with so much less. That is a matter of efficiency, of lower cost. We can do things differently from the past. Again, this is a case of efficacy, doing things much better, and productivity, for example, in terms of hours that you have been working. And of course, we can do things for the first time in terms of innovation and competition. All this is thanks to this amazing divorce between agency and intelligence. At the same time, a divorce, of course, generates problems. We can overuse this technology. It becomes costly, unnecessary. Imagine a bureaucracy that starts using it without any need. We can misuse it in a way that is unethical or illegal. Think of the new European legislation, for example. Or we can also underuse it. This is also unethical and certainly uneconomic. Imagine all the potential applications in medical sciences, in healthcare, that we're not implementing for lack of proper framework, legal advice, ethical insights. So all this means that, of course, with a concrete case, problems and solutions are mixed. This is just one particular profession. Lawyers have been challenged by ChatGPT quite profoundly. If you go to the International Bar Association, this is what you find. There's both interest and concerns. The interest is, and I'm going to go through this quite quickly, is because there's so much that can be done in terms of handling content, documents, complex interrelations and interactions between different laws, that AI comes as a bonus, as a great help. Legal research, document review, drafting documents, but also due diligence, legal advice, compliance, legal chatbots. All this and more can really be done thanks to AI. At the same time, we also have plenty of challenges. Copyright infringement, plagiarism, trade secrets and confidential information being spread by AI, authorship and ownership not being respected, moral rights that should be more of a focus, liability, whose legal headache is it when things go wrong? And then we have heard so much about bias, discrimination, misinformation and manipulation of public opinion, for example. Imagine what is going to happen this year, 24, when we have so many elections in so many countries in the world and so many deepfakes that could corrupt that information. And of course, at the end, also privacy, the usual problem in an information society, content moderation and censorship, digital deception, once again, cheating, deepfakes. All this has generated a lot of interest in ethical principles and regulations. There is a divorce. The divorce generates problems and opportunities. How do we cope? Well, we have been coping with sets of principles. This is just an overview very quickly, which ends with the EU AI Act, the legal framework provided by the European Union. Of course, is the most important and most recent, but many others will follow. It's not the only one. By now, this is thanks to the research done at Stanford, we have had many bills and there's been a growing interest in regulating around the world what AI should and should not do, inevitably looking at risks. The most important of all this are the executive order in the US, the treaty, so-called, of the Council of Europe, not to be confused with the European Council, and of course the AI Act, which I already mentioned. Of the three, the one that will have probably the biggest impact in the next months and years will be the European legislation. Typical things are called Brussels effect, how much and how widely the legislation will influence business. The whole point of having regulations is to manage in the best possible way risks. Risks, of course, are changing under our eyes. There is increasing dependency of our societies on digital technologies, AI included, and if you remember the problems that AI can generate, of course, that gives room for some concerns. To be a little bit biblical, those who live by the digit may die by the digit. Of course, today, if you attack a society in terms of a cyber attack, you can put that society on its knees. It's also a matter of democratization of risks. This has nothing to do with political democracy, but everything with what computer scientists mean by democratization, meaning a high level of dissemination, distribution of risks. In this case, everybody is at risk, and not just the poor and the people on the wrong side of the digital divide, not just the rich and the powerful, but everybody. Because, of course, we are all on the same boat, called an information society. So when risks are in question, what can we do? Well, first of all, in a very simplistic way, we need to perceive the risk. And mind that this is not trivial. Think people on the wrong side of the digital divide, not just the rich and the powerful, but everybody. Because, of course, we are all on the same boat, called an information society. So when risks are in question, what can we do? Well, first of all, in a very simplistic way, we need to perceive the risk. And mind that this is not trivial. Thinking more about what kind of risks are we running, questioning rather than just assuming, is crucial. So start thinking in terms of what questions should be asked. The second point is ask the right questions. I'll tell you more in a moment. These are, of course, very philosophical, abstract points. But thinking about asking the questions that need to be asked and then asking the right questions leads to trying to design the right answers. The first problem normally is to have the right questions. Immediately after that is to try to see what questions need to have an answer immediately and what are the right answers that we can rely on. To do that, and finally something concrete, 4 strategies are available. Remember, there's a divorce. AI is a divorce between agency and intelligence. That divorce has generated problems. Those problems have caused a lot of ethical and legal concerns and also some measures in order to manage risks. Risk can be managed by asking questions, asking the right questions, and designing the right answers. And how do we do that? Well, normally we do that in 4 ways. We eliminate the risk, we prevent the risk, we minimize the risk, or we transfer the risk. Let me show you. Eliminate. That's called in AI included, but in digital terms, generally speaking, robustness. If your system is robust, a lot of the risks will be, at least in terms, for example, of cyber attack, will be eliminated at the very source. If that doesn't work, you need to look into the future, foresight analysis, to prevent things that unfortunately are still perfectly possible, no matter how robust your legislation, your systems, your society has been designed. If foresight analysis still doesn't do it, complementary to all this is resilience. You can minimize risk by making sure that if something goes wrong, there is a safety chain, like in this case, and you will not lose what you consider important. And if 1, 2, and 3 are still insufficient, there is a fourth step, insurance. You transfer the risk to someone else who is willing to take the risk on board for a price. Now, insurance can be described as the translation of risk into a cost. Think about the insurance of that you have on your house or on your car. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the ways in which we have always, since centuries ago, started dealing with risks as a society when risks are unavoidable. A clear, concrete case, just to rely on the last point. Well, since months ago, big companies like Microsoft, Adobe, IBM have started offering insurance services whenever you buy their AI services, meaning that, of course, they understand that if you want to dare more, take more risks, you also want to be a little bit safer in terms of what risks you're taking and what happens if those risks become concrete. We're coming to the end of this lecture and this time together. I want to show you, out of all this, one particular corner, what happens to the management of some specific risks. Management is done by assessment. Legally speaking, we call it auditing. You have some good principles. Remember, we started doing some ethical analysis. We translate that into good practices, for example, at the university, in a company, in a unit, in a department. We do that through a decent, good methodology. So far, so good. Of course, all that means that we are translating what we want to happen into procedures inside a particular organization. That, at some point, needs to be validated. Are we doing the right thing? Are we doing it rightly? That validation ends up by being, say, a green light, okay, but it also needs to be certified. Who said that you are doing the right thing? Say, look, no, we have done the validation. Okay, someone has to come and say, well, yes, you've done the right thing according to your principles, rules, or maybe some international regulations, or the EU AI Act, just to go back to the previous example. All this, very quickly, is called auditing. Auditing is the next step. In our society that is relying so increasingly on digital technologies, AI included, auditing will be increasingly as well important. You can do that in terms of legal compliance. You have legal rules and you can show that, say, a company has been compliant with those rules. Or if there are no rules, you can still do it in terms of ethical alignment with, for example, the principles that that company says is following. Either way, auditing it is, and is done by some big actors. Now, it's still unclear, as of today, when you will be listening to this lecture, and it will still be unclear who is going to do the auditing of AI in the world. It looks like, very likely, the usual suspects, the big companies like EY, PwC, Deloitte. There is need for a methodology. It hasn't been done before, and there is a bit of a question on how to do it. That's why I put their CAP AI on top. CAP AI is the only methodology at the moment currently available, is open access. You can find it on SSRN and download the file. It's quite a boring reading, not for the non-technical people. We produced that at Oxford when I was there. I'm now talking to you from Yale, when collaborating with the business school at Oxford University. It is one of the methodologies. I'm sure there will be others, but at the moment is the one available. So if you're interested, please go and download the file. We're coming to the end of this quick overview. I share with you a few points, not many. First of all, understanding AI as a divorce, as something that is not generating any kind of intelligence, but is producing a new form of agency. We don't know what it is. We still have a conceptual deficit. More conceptual understanding and better science needs to be done. But don't talk about these machines as intelligent. Talk about them as new agents, zero intelligence, but with extraordinary capacities. They are successful because we are changing the world around them, not the other way around. We live increasingly in the infosphere. We increasingly share our time on life. And therefore, clearly, the agents, the local agents, are artificial agents, not us. We scuba dive. They are the fish in this sea of data. This divorce has generated many problems. Some of the problems are easily solvable. Some others are more permanent. That has caused an interest in ethical understanding and legal regulations. All that in order to tackle risks. But how do we tackle risks? Well, I'll show you the classic 4 ways in which we normally deal with risks. The methodology behind all this is a form of assessment called auditing. The auditing is happening also because we have regulations that require it in terms of compliance. Probably the most important auditing at the moment will be in terms of compliance with EU regulation. But all this, if you step back, has a general meaning. This is a chapter in a much bigger book. That book is called The Governance of the Digital. We could have been talking about the metaverse. We could have been talking about undersea cables or big data if we had had this meeting some years ago. All the digital revolution is a matter of understanding what we want to do with innovation. So not so much digital innovation, but the governance of the digital is the new challenge around the world. And for that, we need to remember that digital sovereignty will be the ultimate final chapter. It will be a matter of this bigger book called control. Who controls who does what, where, when, and how. In other words, who has the power to decide the future of our information society. That is the challenge, and that is what we do at the Digital Ethics Center here at Yale. So if you're interested in knowing more about what we're doing and these topics are close to your heart, please do get in touch. There's much work that needs to be done to make sure that the future is the future that we want. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope to see you either at Yale or there in the future. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. It's enjoyable to hear Professor Radi's presentation. Well, the next presentation is our keynote number 7. Mr. Patrick Young, who is the CEO of the Hong Kong General Chamber of Commerce, is going to share his view towards the impact of digitalization on business transformation, his insights from the aviation industry and beyond. And this is a very important topic, and at the same time, which gives us some real-life examples on how AI and digitalization changes is affecting not just our job, but also the economy and the future of our society. Without further ado, Mr. Patrick Young, please.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you, the Dean Daniel Wade, President Alex Wade, and Alex for inviting me to speak at this international symposium on humanity, societies, and digital future. I joined the afternoon session. We have listened to Professor talking about knowledge, and then Joe of McKinsey told us about the future possibility of work being taken over by the development of technology, including the CEO. I saw that. He did highlight that a little bit. So I paid special attention to that. And then obviously they talk about also on top of that, customer engagement. And then Professor Luciano Fiorelli very much put that into the right context. He make use of the food, the spaghetti, to start talking about AI. Actually, the first, I will feel the connected AI, the comparable example was from Chris Hui, who is the Secretary of Financial Services and Treasury. He said, AI is just like the pet of yours. You got it back, be it a cat or the dog, and then you, as the owner of this new pet, you don't know about the pet doesn't know about you. So there is an actual interactive process of understanding what this new pet, the character of this,
what the pet can really do for you. And the cat also have to learn about the owner yourself. So it's a sort of interaction between them and all that. So we heard about a lot of those theories, etc. Mine is very down to earth. I represented the chamber, which is the longest established in Hong Kong, over 162 years. We've got a wide spectrum of businesses that are our members. So I want to quote a couple of examples of our members, what they have done to put AI in the connection, not only the business, and in terms of how that will be linked up to the society. And why in particular aviation? I came from an aviation background, but more important than that, Hong Kong been given this X-center development, including the very traditional logistic, and then trade, finance, international hub, etc., but also new dimensions being added to the traditional 4 core centers that include the best of East and West culturally. That's why I think this is a very good platform to highlight that humanity societies and the best of East in Hong Kong through technology. And also the IP, the trading hub, big data, and all these are actually relevant to Hong Kong. And that's why either based on this topic, aviation and beyond, to talk not only just on aviation, but from aviation, that part of the X-centers of an international aviation hub, to move beyond some of the things that are related to the future development of Hong Kong, talking about the new economy, etc. So I started off with aviation. I guess all of you have taken flights many times before, but if you have come through our own home international airport, Chat Lap Kok, you probably experienced some of the new changes they've adopted, which many of those new changes are AI related and also the using technology, and most of them are actually doing upgraded at the COVID times. So now if you do the flight token, you do not have any human interaction. You can actually from arriving at the airport, doing all your own kiosk check-in, and then go through the biometrics, and then your boarding gate. You don't really need the pass, checking your passport, and then the checking it will take on your boarding pass. You can seamlessly having a very smooth journey with the technology, biometric technology in particular, in streamlining the whole process. And that will actually enhance the whole customer experience. So this is what one of the things also alluded to by the professor Floridi, that's the efficiency being gained and allowing the releasing of the resources the airline can do it on more value-added things. The same for the enhancing customer experience. Emirates have introduced the first the check-in robot, which they got a name for it, which is called Sarah. This Sarah robot can do all the things that a normal human check-in agent can do at the check-in desk, and probably would add a little bit more in terms of the efficiency and the speed, reading passport and all that. So this is another example how the airlines have adopted the technology and enhancing the customer experience by making it a smooth operations so that the passenger, the customer, can have more time to enjoy more experiences on the journey before the flight. And coming back to our hometown, the Cathay Pacific, if you look at what they have done with this Hyper Automation Center of Excellence, is that they have deployed more than 90 RPA, that is the robot process automation boards, to help to do away with the mundane manual works, so that the efficiency of those work will be improved. Then will also be very much focused on the customer experience and making a better field of that. That is what Professor Foridi earlier said about the efficiency improvement and more reliability of the data that have been tracked through these RPA boards. A couple of examples, including how they are offering all these interesting lifestyle camping to their customers, and also in terms of assigning the seat in advance of the passenger checking in, and also doing various flight certification. Aviation is very global international business, and you're coming across with different languages all around the world, the places that you fly, you operate. And English obviously is widely used, but what will be more heart-warmed when you receive and listening to someone talking you into the language that you understand, your mother tongue, etc. So with the help of AI, the various languages been built in, and then the communications satisfactions, then being improved in a way that the overall experience enhancing actually then goes back to how your customers feel satisfied and happy about what you're providing for them. So with the more advanced AI technology, where this simultaneously use different languages being used in various of our communication, in particular doing in-flight and all that, that will help to make all these experiencing the better one. And then the professor also alluded to all the check boxes, etc. Then Joe also mentioned that in his presentation. Cathay adopted the checkbox of Vera. Vera is the first generation cabin crew back to the 60s of Cathay. That's why the name being adopted. So the checkbox will be able to handle most of the daily, the routine, mundane questions customers would have. And as shown here, the digital traffics have actually reached the 200% more than the pre-pandemic level by using all these. Obviously, all along, the first generation of Vera is not very reliable. Simple questions being asked, but some very stupid questions, answers being put forward. But again, through the learning, the process interactions, Vera is now a much more matured person. And as per the Cathay plan, they're going to use generative AI to upgrade Vera's capabilities in the upstanding nuances in speech and sentiment, so that it will generate more adaptive dialogue. So the learning process go on. The more the usage being applied, and then more usage of that, there will be better results for it for sure. Driving for efficiency improvement is, in a safe way, is important. An airline lies very much on its safety operation. And it is important that data being captured and analyzed in a timely manner, not only for normal mechanical, the routine checks, but more important is to ensure that the airlines, the airplanes being flight are very safe, and then the passengers will be being provided another very good way of enjoying the flight. So I mentioned about the maintenance activities in terms of how they use it to refine the based on the actual situation, rather than waiting for the time when the plane is due for the checking, and also the enabling the optimization and aircraft maintenance schedule planning, so that the resources will be much more efficiently deployed, so that the overall productivity on the side of maintenance being improved, but yet the high standard of safety being maintained, not so much because they have shortened the cycle of maintenance, but because they have done more the specific, really addressing the maintenance as per what the data has given them to do very timely and efficient analysis through the help of digital data. So that's on the safety side. But on the in-flight side, there are a lot of food wastage because people may not like the choice being presented to them by the airline. There are ways now the airlines, through the data they are collected,
the customer, the algorithm, they're drilling down deeply to understand much better what kind of in-flight cuisine meals they can offer to the customer, so that on the one hand, the customer experience will enhance, and secondly, there will be much less wastage, and then thirdly, they do not have to cater more. In the old days, they have to cater more because they do not know that how many people will choose fish or chicken. Now they have better understanding of the passenger customers flying with them. They were able to pre-order their food choices for the flight, but also post-flight they can analyze whether they like the dishes, whether it's too salty or they are not hot enough, and all these will be really making the in-flight experience much more enjoyable. And then again, using all these digital capability, it allows the airlines to provide more personal, tailor-made individual services. This is really the data analytics driving down with the help of the AI algorithm. Again, using the example I just quoted on in-flight meals and etc. They will be able to understand Mr. A that's giving me speed and how they were able to tailor-make more offers specifically and targeted at that individual passenger, not only just making it personalized, but making the relationship, the loyalty bonding to be much stronger than without that understanding through this logarithm analysis of it. So the hospitality industry is very much closely related with the aviation industry, because many people believe that once you fly in, you have to stay at a hotel. And that's why as a sort of key elements of the tourism industry, we also talk about the hospitality industry. I'm quoting the Fullerton Hotel Group as an example to illustrate some of the AI and other technology being adopted to enhance the customer experience and to improve the efficiency and productivity of the hotel operations. So you can see that the service industry is very much like I mentioned about on the aviation side, the customer experience, the journey, and all that. And the same for the hotel industry, because customer experience is so important. It's actually the service that will differentiate your brand from the others as a key differentiator. So the Fullerton adopted the smart way of making the room using technology to control the room temperature, the mood lights. And because the Fullerton Ocean Park is actually facing the sea, how would they be making use of different ways of dimming the lights and making the curtain automatically being open and shut during the certain time of the day to allow you the maximum viewing and enjoyment aesthetically of the hotel room. That's how technology that help them to improve using technology for the room to make it smarter, the experience and more enjoyment. Similarly, they have adopted a system called CG system, which provide recognition of the passengers, the customers, so that whenever the customer is going into different locations of the hotel facilities, they will be recognized immediately because of this technology, the hotel that's been provided for. That will be creating a much more really loyal feeling to the customers. Everywhere you go, people recognize you. And then the bonding between the provider and the customer will be much greater. And similarly, in Sydney Fullerton, they have adopted smart cleaning robots. We saw earlier about the robots adopted by the Emirates airline doing all the check-in. But this one is actually doing all the cleaning, providing high quality and efficiency cleaning. And obviously, some of us already adopted this at home as a home appliance. But the application of this, having a robot cleaning it, may give the impression of the customers that you are really at the front end, the forefront of this technology. how they will blend it in the overall offering of the hotel. Many people talk about ESG is an important subject, and hotels and real estate, obviously, they consume a lot of energy. And how one can reduce and control the consumptions of energy so that it will become more efficient. And definitely using AI technology will be helping through this staging and algorithm and smart sequencing, and to optimize the major equipment such as chillers, cooling towers, pumps, and field equipment to allow the more energy saving. And the more the system understands with the data being collected, the better it will be controlled the energy usage. You can see that it is estimated 3.42 million kilowatt per year. We're saving about 5% with the system implementations. This is very important going way forward as we are facing these big challenges of sustainability and how we can really make the whole system not only eco-friendly, but in a more productive, efficient way. Carbon neutrality, not just a company, but the whole world is working a big target to get. If everybody really gears towards working towards that, I think the impact totally will be much greater. So for the Sino Group, for the Fullerton Hotel, they have adopted the usage of the eco bricks, which is actually the recycling plastic plants to make those bricks. And actually, over the years, they have used close to 80,000 of those eco bricks and saved it, reused the plastic for close to 25 tons. And they're applying all these eco bricks in every possible parts of the building and also the facility and structure. So this is a very good example on how making use of technology and putting in the ethos of ESG can help making something that is really of great value to the future sustainability development. A lot of this actually is the change of mind and culture of the enterprise, which is a challenging part. Some organizations may adopt the technology easier. Some find difficult. For those more successful companies based on very traditional culture, they may find it hard. So in order to make good use of technology for all these great things of productivity improvement, or whether it's for efficiency, the gain, the ethos have to change. And Sino is also good in that by forming a Sino, the Inno lab. They allow the staff to make use of the lab to look at and think of how things can be orchestrated better with the technology that is available. This is not a lab to look for new technology, but how to ride on the current technology so that the overall operations for the hotel and other the properties will be as efficient as it has need to be. So this Sino lab not only providing a sandbox for ideas, the exchanges, they also turned it into a facilitator for technology, the adoption for the whole group. And finally, obviously, through that, they will find the champion for these property tech developments. And this sort of pass on within the group, everybody can share the success of that. So the organizations and the ethos of the management of how to embrace technology that will require all the way from the top and also provide the necessary support all along the different action of that. I quickly zoom into talking about the healthcare. wellness and biochem and all these are the sort of new businesses that Hong Kong will be developing into with the help of technology. I quoted some very simple example how in particular during the COVID time, the whole sort of using technologies on the medical field has been pushed forward because we are unable to have the physical contact with each other. And that's why things like the telemedicine, online consultation service been sort of really the push up. And it become like more a part of the overall medical, the physical examination, etc. UMP is a Hong Kong listed healthcare company, and they have since 2020 have developed this virtual care time medicine services platform. And then, as I said, during the COVID time, it has become a very good way of doing the medical diagnosis and advices to the needed one. And similarly, using that to create a better administrative flow for making appointments, giving better data of the patients, the customers, and how to dip that into the more other analytical use for enhancing the overall experience. These are the things that all these digitalization that has helped to push forward for that. The future of Hong Kong depends very much on the green aspects of development, including the biochem, the medical, wellness, new energy, the new resources. But finance remains the key and important integral part of laying the foundation of the past success and also the future ongoing development of Hong Kong. Finance is actually across all sectors. So from this beyond the ethos, I include some of the AI and digitalization applications from the financial and the treasury services as a complement to what the other industries have done. On the financial side of it, enhancing security measures have been on more and more with the biometric of authentications, encryption, and all the multi-factor authentication. Again, to like what Professor Foridi mentioned about the risk management, how to mitigate the risk. So the enhancing of the security measure is very important for this financial measure. On all businesses, customer experience is important, and how we use the same thoughts of like the airlines, the hotels, and the healthcare industry to enrich the customer experience through more personalization and build up loyalty, and ensure that the whole experience will be enjoyable. It's not just being faster, it's more enjoyable, making you feel the blissfulness of it. Chat boxes become more a must-to-have, but there will be more around that. And the great thing about chat box is 7/24, you don't have the daytime restriction of that. And that will be again the through-year service around. Professor Ferrari also mentioned about some of the regulatory importance that is going on, which will never be ended, because as the industry getting more mature, there'll be more regulation. And yet, when a new startup comes, a new industry comes, there also be regulations. The challenge is how to strike the balance between regulating or too much regulating or not even regulation as against open, the degree of openness. The most important is, and it's almost the most challenging and difficult one, is how to strike the balance of open and regulated. So for those who are doing the banking transaction, there will be all these know your customers. They have to see you, to talk to you, and to have you sign and go through all the tests and all that. All these anti-money laundering, the checks, etc., making all the compliances become important. But yet, with the technology, that whole process will be much less simpler. Risk management, again, I don't need to talk more further on that. Technology will help not to mitigate risk, but make it a bit more efficient one. Even with third party, we will not always be ourselves. And that's why the technology with this AI digitization also help us to seamlessly integrate it with these third party. Remote work and collaboration with digital data digitization, anywhere with your laptop, with internet connections, you'll be able to work. You're not physically bounded in an office, in the locations, as free as you can. Now, even up on the 35,000 feet, you could still buy the Wi-Fi package and continue working non-stop for those workaholic. Important for the SMEs. Hong Kong success have alluded much to the SME side and the big corporations. And SME finding funding is always a challenge. But luckily, thanks to digitization, this the professor also mentioned about democratize the whole process. It's not yet to be perfect, but at least there will be the new channels allowing SMEs to be able to get funding easier, and not just only from big banks and institutions. Carbon neutrality, I mentioned it. Tokenized transaction. As we move on more to the all these Bitcoin and the transaction along those lines, I think the more understanding of that with the tokenized product, we'll be able to make better use of what technology has given us. That's a trend I personally think will not be reverted. It's just getting more and more bigger than more. Okay, I will quickly skip through the opportunities and the risks because the professor actually gave it a very nice summary. I think we all know about the benefits and advantages of all these big data, the AI, everything, because it really helps us to understand whatever we're dealing with in a better way, and also for the operator providing more reliable, more efficient services. But on the challenge of that is the data quality and availability, and also about data sovereignty, which the professor Faridhi also alluded to. I think as data becoming more accessible, and how are we going to make sure that we will be protecting our own data, but yet how are we going to integrate what we talk about opening up Hong Kong with GBA area, how the data is flowing, or what sort of regulation, what control we should have, so that on one hand we can continue to build our business in a sustainable way, but yet on the other hand we also be providing the necessary protections of the data that we have. There will be big questions to be followed up, and will be an ongoing discussion, debate on that. With that, I end my sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the very inspiring presentation by Patrick. Now it's time for us to have the round table. While we are setting it up, we'd like to show the QR code as well. And our guests, this is your seats arrangement. So please be seated accordingly once the furniture is set up. One thing I want to share in response to Mr. Ng's presentation earlier about the future of jobs, the ideas about AI and human being, it is really challenging. I think one additional position that might obsolete or maybe better to have AI is a moderator, because moderator is never be accurate, and AI is always be able to track. I told you earlier that some of my colleagues told me they heard I said 600 live stream hit. Now we have got to 600,000 hit. So I have to do some retraining so that the business would keep me in this field. All right, let's invite our guests, speakers to come up on stage and take the seats, and then we'll have some discussion we received quite a few interesting questions from the audience, so please. All right. Thank you so much again for the sharing. I think our speakers touch upon different aspects of the topic related to knowledge, related to learning, related to the industry, the economy, and the future. If we look at it more carefully, we are talking about human beings, how they acquire knowledge, and then how that whole process transform into our society in their future as in employees, making a living, but at the same time, walking with the changes in our society that inevitably are faced with a lot of challenges as we move on. We actually received quite a few questions, so I don't know, in view of time, we'll try to cover as much as possible. Let's start with a question, really, I think about people who are learning, And we received a question. I think I'll give priority to that because this is from our Hong Kong Baptist University student. It's always nice to hear students raising interesting questions. A student who is majoring in literature and comparative studies. And this student would like to know that what we would lose if we do not use AI. And do you think that students who major in literature should use AI in their studies? I don't know. The student doesn't really say who should be answering it, but if anyone has some ideas among our speakers, feel free. Yeah. Sure. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I have a very easy answer to that. Absolutely, they should use it. And I think one of the issues, I think what would you lose if we don't have artificial intelligences at this point in time, just not a question, right? Because we have it and we have to deal with it. So if you stay out of it, then you don't know how to react to it and develop your critical thinking. But I think what is very important, and I think at least in that regard, I agree with a McKinsey perspective, is that there is a part of artificial intelligence that is basically about labor. And then there is a part about academics who have to learn more in order to be able to assess artificial intelligence. So we really have to train our people in doing that and to be able to critically engage with that medium. That would be my answer to it.
Okay, thank you. I wonder whether any speakers have any comments or further.
Well, I tell you what you will lose if you use too much of AI, is that you lose the desire to learn because basically the answer is coming at no cost to you, right? So that's what I fear, right? Look, I think we absolutely should use it because if you don't use it, everyone else is using it, it's unfair to you and you're just like being dogmatic and old school, okay? But people use it too much, right? You don't go through the journey of finding out and discovery, right? Because the answer is right there. It comes in 5 seconds and you just cut and paste and you're done, okay? And the joy of that labor of discovery is gone, right? And then you don't retain it because it's too easy. So there's no easy answer, right? But you may say that if it's so easy out there, like why do we even study comparative literature at all in the first place? That's a good question, right? I don't know. Maybe there should be decreasing number of students studying it, right? And probably is already. But I do think that that is a process of discovery, which I think, you know, before all this technology that we all learned, and those people who got the passion in doing it got much better at it. And I fear that if we are intellectually lazy, that's what's going to happen to us.
Okay. All right. Patrick, you have anything?
Yes.
I like literature, and I think reading literature is great because it's about understanding human beings. And under human beings is also related to psychology. And no matter how the technology have make our life better, there are something in life that will never change. Our love, our greed, and all that. That is not AI can replace it. No, ChatGPT replace it. I also agree that we should embrace AI with a way of using it as a way to help us to learn better. Joel just mentioned about discovery. I can't agree more. Life in general, the study which is a big part, whether you are at school studying or just studying after you have done university through the interaction with people in the society, is about how you're going to learn and make you the better person. And if you can't really have your own independent thought logic, you will not be able to differentiate what is good, how much is more, how much is less. Joe's point is very philosophical, that you should not be depending on it using too much. But how much is much? I guess it all depends on the individual. Just like if you drink 1 can of Coke, is it a good thing to you? But if that can of Coke to many people, maybe how many kilos of calories of sugar, I don't know, but to many people it's not very good. But some people think that, wow, drinking a can of Coke give me the joy, happiness, and I can do things better. So yes, drinking that can of Coke may be bad, but the outcome of that, making you to do something in a very positive way, may have overcome the downside of having the sugar content of that Coke. So I think we should adopt the AI. We should, like the Professor Shaya said, that we should learn and interact with it. And then we should be using that to gauge our own learning. Because the AI is because of our existence, that's why the AI exists. So if we can improve ourselves, to make good use of that, to improve ourselves, then that will be having a really good interactive, what the Chinese say, the 教学相长, 教学相长, you and the AI learning and growing together.
I think, Patrick, you raised a very interesting point, which actually ties very nicely to the next question, is about, if it's the case, is there any room for us to claim collaboration with AI in our work, in our research, such as, say, for example, could we claim that, oh, we are adding a robot as a collaborator in a literature or a paper that could, well, would that be, well, I did see that before. I actually did see someone citing that AI and then one's name and then the title of the paper. But at the same time, I mean, what's your view on that? I mean, in terms of these types of evolving collaboration, when the application is being used, while at the same time, how can we resolve the challenge of so-called knowledge ownership? Any thoughts on that? Sure, yeah.
I mean, I want to answer with something that Professor Faridi actually said, right? He said that much of what we frame as artificial intelligence is empirical, right? It's statistics. So it gives us a kind of general quantitative idea of what is going on. And that's a kind of labor that you can facilitate with the artificial intelligence. I think we heard in the morning as well that the optimistic view of thinking that even a ChatGPT can actually think, right? That I mentioned the Turing test, which basically nowadays is very hardly like ever applied to artificial intelligence. So that the Turing test basically says, like, can the machine cheat you? Yeah, like a person in a conversation would be able to cheat you, or to at least give you an illusion that you cannot decipher whether it's a machine or a person. Then I would actually say, for the really, let's say, the labor that is actually happening, the statistics or the empirical work, you should actually quote the artificial intelligence, also because you probably don't want to take responsibility for when it's not right, yeah. But I think the intellectual labor happens somewhere else. It happens by actually deciphering what you see and what matters to it. And I don't see in the current state of the artificial intelligence that it is really giving us creative ideas. It gives us new combinations of things that we may or may not know. You probably know it's a little bit like game theory, right? So I think we will hear tomorrow something about it. But if you want to be surprised by the computer, then you have to know that they give you 32, like even if they give you 32 options, yeah, you will be surprised by at least one, yeah, because actually your range of surprises is not very high, yeah. It's not 500, it's 32. That's not really much. Think about that. You every day have to make, I think, 3,000 decisions or something like that, or 30. I always forget how much it actually is. But that basically means it's still labor. It's not intelligence yet.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Well, talking about that, I think we can also look into the, you mentioned about what is real intelligence, and then at the same time, in the business field, we probably apply the technology in helping us, which to some extent may or may not consider to be real collaboration, but the application is still the current trend. One audience actually asked the question is in terms of the application when some speakers talk about some of the potential risk of using AI and technology, and then talking about, for example, shall we have more rules and regulation to regulate that? Would you mind sharing your thoughts, any of you, on how these types of alignment of laws and regulation can be done when different countries are actually having different values and social or societal needs? Anyone like to shed a light on that?
Well, I think, as I said also during my presentation, I think regulation is necessary. In particular, in the new realm where there are so much unknowns, the government has the responsibility to ensure that the regulations that they are considering should not be suffocating the development of something that will be of intensive value to the growth of society. Rather, the regulations should be in a way that will be helping that development to be in a healthy and sustainable way to allow it could be grow and develop in a way that will be having greater value and contribution to society. So, but many times regulations being put forward actually stop and suffocate the development. Either the government have not or do not in a way that understand it perfectly and regulate it in a wrong way, or they have overestimated that have too much loose ends and loopholes that would allow the bad people to make use of that to make the industry really not healthy in terms of development. So I agree to regulations, but how to make regulation work effectively, unfortunately, I don't have a good answer to that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't think it's possible. I think governments are years behind industry and, decades behind innovation. So I think it's impossible. I think, this runs so far ahead that legislators and government will be chasing shadows. And this is cross-border. This is, running, in many machines that are away cross-border in different things. I mean, I think it's almost impossible. So I think that there are a lot of risks in here, and I think that there are so many second and third degree effects that will happen that are negative. I think for us to believe that regulation can clean that up, I think it's impossible. I think at the end of the day, let's hope that the people who have the resources will have some ethics to deal with it, right? And we saw in social media how difficult it is. And I think that today we're still chasing up the shadows of Facebook and everyone else, and then, so I have very little faith that regulation will solve this problem, right? I have more faith in hopefully, ethical business practices and the pressure, from hopefully, moral compass, right? We'll do it. But we also know that that is not reassuring. So I think that there is more evil that will come out of this. One of the things, when I was in Davos earlier this year, one of the conversations I had was that this year there are more elections than ever before, right? How do you stop Gen AI from interfering in the democratic and civil process of discussion when you don't even know, are you talking to a real person? And what is the capacity of that to influence points of view, and to have the echo chamber effect that is in tens and hundreds of times, in order of magnitude, more than what we have today. Because what you have today is that you can channel perspectives your way. Later on, you don't even know if that's a person, right? I can create 1 million of followers that are completely not true, but you can't tell the difference, right? And I think that is going to be, one of the unintended consequences, that we'll have to carry that burden and carry a little bit of that damage with us, because I think that is, in civil society, probably one of the biggest risks that we'll face in our lifetime.
Thomas, you got it.
Okay, before I answer, can you raise your hands? How many lawyers are in the room? Not this morning? Okay. Then I would actually say I agree entirely with my colleague, because I think law is one of the most traditional and slowest professions of the world. Yeah. As you saw from the examples I gave in my talk, the problem is that the normative structures always lag behind innovation or sciences. This is also why you can actually use it. Yeah. So this is why you can use it for profit making. And I think that makes it relatively impossible to regulate it in a feasible manner. Then I want to add one more sentence. What you have to change, and I know this is a philosopher's answer, it's probably not feasible, but what you have to change, I think, is to say that if knowledge is really a comprehensive like a category, right? Something that lies like intelligence in the combination of knowledge and action and the way you are enacting it. Yeah? Then you can actually not own knowledge. The only thing you can actually own is the information that leads to knowledge, right? And knowledge should not be owned at all. I know this is not possible because our community has, or like our society has built up another idea about knowledge, but the problem is that the economy behind it really thrives on the idea that you can separate different kinds of knowledges, that there are different ways of using it. But unfortunately, law will probably only recognize it in 100 years or so.
Thank you very much, three of you. What on the other side, for example, we mentioned about, okay, there are the risks, there are the challenges that may not necessarily be regulated. But however, on the other hand, we human beings always think of the better good. The better good, such as in recent decades, we begin to think about sustainabilities. Those are the areas. For example, Patrick, you mentioned about the aviation, how to make use of digitalization to enhance customer experience and things like that. One of the questions is really about, okay, could technology and AI be more applicable in future in terms of enhancing sustainability, such as waste stages or how to protect the environment and those areas? Do you have any insight on that part?
As shown in the examples of, in particular, Fullerton, how they have made use of eco-bricks, and those things will not be possible without the development of AI and other technology. So I think that will continue to play an important part in the overall ESG actions that the enterprise is taking. I think the biggest challenge is for Hong Kong SMEs, if we are going to move up to the echelon to a level we can make full use of those technology, there are actually three phases. The first phase is digitization. Many of us at FEMG are still very much not into that process or haven't yet really completed it. Only if you have completed your digitization, we'll be able to go on to digitalization. And you go on digitalization and talk about the processes, the transformation. So without the SMG understanding the importance of it, or they're not able to do it right now, or they're reluctant to change it to the digitalized way of doing things, which allow them the opportunity to transform in the digitalization way, you will not be able to finally get to all those benefits of writing on and making all the changes using all the big data, etc.
Thank you, Patrick. Joe, I think quite a few of our audience also are interested in looking at the future of employment, which also to some extent relates to future businesses in terms of the development of different types of businesses. For example, one question is, what characteristics and talents do you think you would expect from the future generation if you are hiring and employ your future employer, or you are an employer recruiting for future employees? What would be the characteristics and talents that you are looking for?
Comparative literature majors.
Good answer for our colleagues and students.
No, look, I think that actually for many generations, right? I think people have been always looking for, and we talk about it a lot, right? I mean, at least from what I'm seeing, right? I think that it's almost impossible for students to be equipped with what the business world or corporate world actually needs when you graduate, right? So I think the burden of education is not to make a student to be like completely employment ready the day you get out, but needs to be employment friendly the day you get out, right? It's not ready, but it's friendly, right? Ready means that they can already produce something. That can only work if it's like labor intensive, But in most companies, what happens is that what you really want, right, are people who are quick learners, adaptable, positive, energy. So I really think that the personal attributes are by far what I think is more important, right, than actually call it knowledge. Or I mean, I know it's difficult in the university setting to talk about it, but I do think that the retention of knowledge is probably less important than the attributes of personality, right? So I give the example of I still remember I had this great debate with someone who was actually coming from the military, right? And they said that in the military you have people who can run really fast, you have people who can carry lots of weights, you get people who are physically very, very strong, right? But at the end of the day, right, like who comes out to be your best, most accomplished is a person who can still be singing, right, when you're limping along the path, right? The people who have still some positive energy left, right, when things seem to be, very disappointing, right? And I do think there's a lot of truth in it. The truth is going to be in character, right, in a lot of these, right, which I fear that sometimes in school it's much harder to tell the difference, right? One of the biggest things as a recruiter is how do I know the difference, right? I want to test character, but how do you test character in a 1 hour interview, right? I might as well do ChatGPT, right? So I think that's going to be where I think that the difficulty and the challenge in recruiting is happening. And for students, it's terribly disappointing, right? Because how do you differentiate yourself, right, when they don't know what they're looking for? So I do think that the mismatch in, academic products, right, and the corporate world, right, is increasing. And I do think that the ability to how to do that matching is increasing a very sort of frustration on both sides, right? And so you have this really odd situation where businesses keep telling you, I can't find the person I need, right? And students keep telling you, I can't find the job I want, right? But I think that increasingly, because of all the things that I've mentioned, it's much more difficult, right? In the past, it's much easier, right? You're looking for certain, accomplishments in grades or whatever it is, right? That is totally not predictable of now performance, right, in the corporate world. And I think that's where we all have a challenge to kind of figure out together.
Thank you. Tom, you got any comment on that? You're the professor, also teach students as well all the time.
I think my answer does not really, for the best people going into research is those people who have a certain resilience and move forward even though there is, actually it doesn't really look very well. That's, in these situations, they are passionate for their research. I think that is one of the most important things, that you are burning for your topic or for the things that you actually have. And if you're not burning, that you are at least finding solace or interest in it.
I totally agree. I think sometimes our speakers has mentioned about is even in universities, our education is never be able to catch up with the future. Our presidents always mention about is whatever our student learns today, by the time they graduate, new things emerge, and it is really sometimes not fair to say, although we do want our job, but not fair to say that university must train students to be fitting the future market. But I think the university mission is really to train students to have the resilience as well as the capacity and skill sets to uptake and learn, and also to face changes. I mean, I always suggest that while thinking about first-year student to fourth-year student, there are lots of changes that they have to endure and go through, and this process is self-important. I once there have been some students arguing with me about, oh, I should do group project because I will do it in my personality fits that. But and some will say, no, I won't do it in group because I wanted to do it individual, so that, well, see, nowadays everyone is facing their computer and they finish great work. But I think I want to encourage them to think about, wow, what is your future employer wants? It's really not about the content that you work on, it's how you work on things together. Unless we say that in future, the society is everyone is going to stay at home and not do anything. But tell you the truth, even though you work on computers, you do video games, you do it in teams, right? There's another types of collaborations, right? So I think these are the real learning behind for our student. Now switch to another question for Patrick, because we talk about individuals, we talk about learners, we talk about future employees. But then how about business owners and some business, such as media business, newspapers, or some other business that traditionally less inclined to be digitalized or using AI as a way of flourishing themselves? What do you see their challenges are, and what do you see those owners or those businesses would be able to do to help to uplift the skills of their employees or whatsoever in that aspect?
Right, with the times and trends, and definitely always important. And you mentioned about upskilling. In the financial budget of the Finance Secretary presented about a month ago, there was still the important emphasis on how we are going to upskill the Hong Kong labor so that they will be able to contribute back to the society in a way that is moving forward. AI coding sounds very difficult to learn, but in fact, it is not that difficult. And if some of those traditional laborers, they have been doing all the very basic things without knowing anything about the technology. One way to upskill them is to give them an opportunity to learn AI coding. Just like many years back, if you don't know the use of PowerPoint, of Excel and Word, all these applications, you probably will not be able to find a job. If there's only one position being open, if someone got the skills of that, you probably lose out to the one that have those skills. I see the AI coding in a way similar to all these PowerPoint, Excel, the application usage. If you really don't have those skills, you'll be able to help in the process of all this, it's not really something that related to the high tech. If you put up a little bit of effort with proper training and coaching, you'll be able to get those skills. So if we're able to have this pool of upskilled laborers, and if the companies itself also thinking of how they could survive, the survival is what they're really facing as a challenge right now. You have to think of all the ways that how you're going to either to transform the business or to ensure that what you offer is so unique that other people would not be able to compete with you. It's not easy to find, but the differentiation of is about the service you provide. I'll share with you the true story of a young lady at the time. She actually finished her work on the process of pursuing a degree from St. Martin Design School. Because of COVID, she have to stay in Hong Kong, cannot go back. And of the time that she in Hong Kong, she started her own business by getting things from Taobao and then put it up on the IG and then see what where it's the demand, and then she ordered the items of the quantity that are required and then post it to the buyer. That's very simple, the buy and sell. But what makes the difference is she sort of value added it of the very simple process by handwritten a very nice note to the maybe $100 blouse that been ordered, and then she sprayed a few drops of this perfume or make it smell nicer, look nicer, and then just send it out. She may be charging $5 more for that, but for the same sort of blouse that people can see from Taobao, and you order, and again ordered it from this young lady, the value added would make her product a bit more special. And she make about 10,000-20,000 a month out of this little trading that she has. We have no experience of that. So I think they put it back to sort of zooming in the sort of bigger corporations. If they can think of how to add value to the operations that they are having, just like traditional media, they probably will be difficult in running their own daily newspaper. But you think of extended it, organizing events, organizing award, etc., to sort of spin it off from the core business of that, related back to the news, then the revenue and ancillary revenue streams associated with your core business will enable you to have a little bit more the opportunities to develop new revenues.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. I think that change is always challenging, and for some people, making changes is relatively easy, but for some, because of various reasons, changes could be also challenging. You mentioned about the PowerPoint, then I suddenly remember that I started off with my career with using those transparent paper, those plastic paper, very environmental and friendly.
We call foil.
Yeah, and when we go to poster presentation, we actually post written things on the board, and those were the days. But nowadays, it's totally not the same thing. And interestingly, in the process, we never need to go back to school to learn it. We pick it up along the way as we work, and then we pick up a little bit, and keep upgrading ourselves. Not necessarily that if we don't upgrade, we lose our job, but because we want to do our job better, then we motivate ourselves to learn things. It's like those who are using typewriter to work processing and now voice audio dictation and things like that are the good examples of what we have been
I have a true personal experience to share with you. I don't know how to use PowerPoint because in my work at Cat Civic, I have many of these young trainees always ask them to do. I'm going to do the aviation 101. Give me the 30 pages stack. And those doing the PowerPoint are those without power, Those with power do not know how to use PowerPoint. But when I embarked on as a professor of practice of the School of Hospitality and Tourism Management at PolyU, I have to do my own PowerPoint. So I started to learn how to make good PowerPoints when I was 62 or 3. So I'm glad that with technology, I have my left assistant, Mr. Google, and right assistant, Mr. YouTube. So how do I insert the video into PowerPoint? Click on that. So learning by doing, when I need to do it, I don't have any more of these young trainees to help me to do my PowerPoint. I have to do it myself. And through the learning, I also get a not so useful skills, but I learn something. So learning by doing is still the great way to improve yourself to become a better person in some ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think we have come to the point that it's about time for us to wrap up the day. And thank you so much once again for all our great speakers. And let's give them a round of applause. And thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Professor Schaffer, Mr. Joseph Ngai, and Mr. Patrick Young. Please be seated. And also Professor Daniel Lai. Thank you so much. And also virtually join us, he is so much on the keynote today. And of course, tomorrow we'll share with you even more knowledge.
So have a good evening and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.